I'm going to go ahead and call to order the regular board meeting and Pinko meeting. Good evening. The March 9th, 2023 regular board meeting is being recorded. Anyone wishing to observe the meeting may do so via AVUHSD's YouTube channel. Individuals may take photographs or record meetings, provided the individual's conduct does not constitute a disruption, including obstructing the view of others. Roll call. Miss Corona.
Present.
Mrs. McGrady.
Present.
Mrs. Nguyen.
Present.
Mr. Sanchez.
Here.
And I am here as well. Okay, closed session. Public business from the floor, closed session agendized items. Are there any comments from the public on closed session items?
We don't have any comments at this time.
Okay, the Board of Trustees will go into closed session and reconvene the regular meeting at 6:30 p.m.
So when I was in elementary, I always wanted to be a doctor, or I thought I did. So this was just kind of helping me explore that interest. I remember I never wanted to be a doctor because my mom pushed it on me. And then all of a sudden, that's all I can think about now.
This course entails a lot about the human body and different disorders and diseases that we may come through in the field, as well as traumatic injuries that we may experience while working in emergency medicine.
We learn a lot about medicine. We learn a lot about what we'd have to do if we were a paramedic and like the whole rigor of it all of the job.
The workload really does give us an opportunity to learn a lot about our independence, our work ethic, and the material that it's giving us really does prepare us for our future occupation.
We're preparing to be EMTs in the line of work. For public service leadership, we're working with our members or working with our peers to be team leaders and whatnot. So that's these courses because I've been really interested in medicine. I just wanted to see if I was like made for it or if I wanted to get through with the challenge.
I personally want to go to medical school. This course was kind of like a stepping stone for something that I wanted to do in the future.
One of the biggest influences that I've had is my teacher for sports medicine. He's taken a lot of time out of his days to help us study for EMT and for his own classes. And Mr. Cohn obviously works with us every single day to be good EMTs. The teachers I've met and the teachers that I've had have been really good at guiding me through high school and like helping me stay on the right path.
And they really allow us to work together, work one-on-one with us and understand the material and not just give it out to us and expect us to learn it all. They understand that this course is hard and they work very hard to allow us to really retain the knowledge. I learned a lot about myself and my work ethic and how if I'm really passionate about something that I'm going to get through it, I'm going to persevere and I'm going to study.
So I won this in a EMT competition for Skills USA. My partner and I, Sammy, got gold place because we were the most competent. It was a really fun experience and it was a long time coming.
People who are looking to go into a CTE program and specifically one that has to deal with EMT, you're going to have to work hard, study, but it's all going to be worth it.
I really recommend this class to a lot of people. I know it can be kind of scary hearing past students say how the blocks are really hard and the final test is really hard, but you just get a really great experience.
I actually am a paramedic. I have worked in industry since I was 18 years old. In the students that take this course, I would say we see a lot of initiative. Our students are driven. They have passion towards pursuing a career in EMS. And overall, they just have a lot of drive and excitement. If you are interested in pursuing a career in emergency medicine, if you are interested in being a police officer or a firefighter, really come look at our academy because we offer a little bit for everybody and we can really help get you through the door of those careers.
So when I was young, my parents used to take me to the air show. It was super intriguing. And I thought, wow, that'd be awesome to be able to learn how that works and maybe one day create a plane that can function and do something awesome like that.
I was very interested in space. My fifth grade year, I had a project on Venus, and ever since that, I've always been fascinated about that planet.
We learn about spacecrafts, planets, the solar system. It'll definitely be like a leg up for us to do better and do more.
Like the Mars rovers, we were currently learning about that, and it was very interesting on how they designed it in order to get to Mars.
We learn about space, aerodynamics, and something that's particularly emphasized is the 4 C's, which include critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and creativity.
Collaborating with friends or people that you don't know just to see where their head is at.
When entering my freshman year, I was very shy and didn't want to speak in front of anyone or present anything, but now I'm able to be outgoing and talk with more people and learn more new things.
If I'm more on my own, that my professors aren't going to be there to support me. So I have to know how to network and connect with my peers and my classmates. My teachers in school support me immensely, whether it's with my mental health, my emotional state, or with my academics. The first thing that they ask me is how I'm feeling.
If they see that I'm down or anything, they'll definitely ask questions to see where my head is at.
They have helped me so much. I would definitely recommend for younger students coming into high school to join this academy because it's a great opportunity that not many other students receive.
Whether they're in middle school, to just be interested in this, look into it, because it's a really good program.
And it's great for learning about engineering, aerospace engineering, anything that is new to you.
I've seen them from freshman year to senior year. Most of the students who takes this course are very enthusiastic, and I've seen them all evolve as a student and as a person. Now, even when we go for internship interviews, I could see my students are all shining and very confident. I have 3 sons are very successful because of what their teachers did to them. And this is my way of giving back.
I would always watch my dad work with the cars, and like he was a mechanic who would constantly work in the engine. My grandpa, he was a carpenter, so I always watched them work with their hands and work with tools. And when I came here to the academy, I saw the similar vibe, a similar way they did it.
I had a lot of desire to learn from an early age because my sister actually did a lot of circuits and I wanted to do it myself, but I didn't really have an outlet to.
I've learned to work with others in cooperative environments. I've also learned to problem solve on my own when cooperative options are not available. Further expanded my knowledge on aerospace principles, and I plan on expanding it further as I complete my senior year at the academy.
In my course, I learned how to make circuits, what parts of circuits there are, what they do, how much ohms I need, how much resistors I need, the basics of circuitry.
In manufacturing and prototyping, we're just currently learning how to use composites, how to create molds, how to do code layups, how to read safety data sheets, and apply techniques they already use in the field that we want to get into.
The environment overall is wonderful. Everyone is friendly and everyone is cooperative to my needs.
School is great. The teachers constantly push you to do better. The counselors here help you achieve your academic goals. For my career choice, they will see what's the best way I can learn the things that I want to learn.
My teachers in school support me by giving me free access to different types of circuits and different components that we can take home and develop our skills with ourselves.
We learned everything that they were going to do over there at the actual job that we want to get into. The techniques they're using at Northrop is the same techniques we're learning here. Our teachers are certified, so they could help us learn how to do it.
I believe the CTE course prepares me for college and later life by showing me the basics of the most important parts of circuitry and technology
It gives me a wonderful curriculum of problem-solving material as well as the machinery I would use in my further career as an engineer. I feel without it, I would not be properly prepared for such a rigorous career. I would especially recommend this to anyone who is interested in the STEM-based fields. The environment is perfect, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
And you get a lot of rewards with them, and there's just nothing to lose with it other than gaining more skills and intelligence.
We try to use everything to not just teach the physics, but we want the kids to like see why and how it works. But some end up taking the things that we do in the class, some of the physics and the sciences, and they can bring them into the arts to just make anything that's in your imagination a reality. Once you understand that, a whole lot of your schooling will make so much more sense because you learn why you're learning all this stuff in school, not just what things are.
When I was in middle school, I used to take STEM courses, and I got a little bit of a taste of maybe what I wanted to do, but I wasn't really sure yet.
When I was younger, I actually did not have any interest in engineering whatsoever.
But now that I'm in engineering, I got a lot of different aspects, and I think I know what I want to do with my future.
But now that I've joined the academy, I have changed that viewpoint. So computer integrated manufacturing is a course more focused on the digital aspect of engineering, which is more computer aided design. Meanwhile, in engineering design development, we focus more on everything from the previous years, all put together into one course.
In that course, we learn a little bit about code and learn how to input different coding softwares into computers. We learn how to use different machines and different robot arm machines. I've learned how to apply the skills of communicating with my group members. So whenever we have a project to carry out, we assign certain tasks to each other. We get to plan a project, then we get to design, and then we actually get to carry it out.
And then we also learn how to record your work properly.
I think all of our teachers give us a real good opportunity to try different types of things, try different types of projects, and we go all across the spectrum of different types of engineering. I think it prepares me for college career and life because I've been given the opportunity to work with a real aerospace company where I get to do projects with them and even incorporate it into my actual engineering class and even talk to my other group members about it.
I can definitely say that as a student of the Engineering Academy, this course helped me tremendously and did a really good job of ensuring that you go into adulthood prepared.
From an early age, I definitely feel like I always had kind of a creative passion to kind of move forward with the artistic side of things. And through CTE, I gained the confidence to do better in that aspect.
I selected this course because I wanted to expand my creativity in art because I always had a desire for art. In digital graphic design, you learn about how to create digital art pieces and video editing and 3D software animation.
And apply it to create logos, flyers, posters, using all of our skills in an advanced way through Adobe Illustrator, Adobe Premiere, and other Adobe products. My teachers in school support me a lot. I think my teachers have taught me to never settle. Teachers here are nitpicky in the absolute best way. And the school obviously gives me the tools and the technology to really move forward with the best products in the workforce right now. So I think my school helps me a lot as well.
I do recommend this course for future students because it really teaches you how to be creative and find who you want to be.
Kids feel like this is their home, that they are cohorted well, so they feel that our program is a family because they know if they fail the first time, they're going to be supported in their future successes. We work together as a team, both as teachers and students, to make sure that each student is successful in whatever their future endeavors are. We want to make sure that every student has the opportunity to do college and career.
In the AVUHSD, we are committed to developing a multi-tiered system of support for students. This framework is truly the foundation for equity in our district, ensuring that we have the structures and supports in place to meet the unique needs of all of our students. I want to assure you that the work we are embarking on isn't a new program or a new fad. It is simply put the alignment of our efforts on multiple fronts: academic, social, emotional, and behavioral, into a framework that takes into account the varied needs of all students and connects them to the extensive support our district already has in place. This structure, when fully implemented, will allow us to be proactive in our work with students to ensure that they are given the tools, resources, and supports they need to be successful in the classroom, on campus, and in the community. This work will further strengthen our commitment to our students that when they leave our schools, they will be prepared for both college and career.
I would like to share how this work originated and how we've arrived at this point. With the success of our narrow focus on disproportionality, we saw the tremendous value to developing a district multi-tiered system of support structure that aligned our efforts in the area of academic, behavioral, and social emotional supports. It is certainly no surprise to you that we serve a very diverse population. And within that population, there continues to be an opportunity gap with some of our student groups, including students with disabilities, our foster youth, homeless youth, our African-American and Hispanic student populations. We acknowledge these student groups were not progressing in a way that aligned with our mission and vision for our students, and recognize the importance of addressing their unique and diverse needs from a whole child approach. We agreed that as an organization, we have many great programs to offer our students. But the beauty of this framework is it allows us to create an equitable environment by incorporating our programs and services within a multi-tiered system of supports to ensure we are meeting the diverse needs of all the students we serve. And not only that, it will help us create a structure of awareness so that everyone is mindful of the services and programs we provide and are aware of how to access them, especially when our students are in need of additional support.
So you may be asking yourself, what are the tiers of this system? Great question. Tier 1 is universal. It ensures that all students receive high-quality instruction and support designed to meet their behavioral, academic, and social emotional needs. Tier 2 is supplemental, where some students receive additional targeted interventions and/or enrichment to complement the high-quality instruction at Tier 1. At Tier 2, we want to identify our students' needs and intentionally provide them with targeted support. Tier 3 is individualized, where few students receive intensive or specialized instruction and/or resources to complement Tier 1 and Tier 2. And like you've already heard, this work is grounded in a whole child approach that looks at the academic, social, emotional, and behavioral needs of each student. Ed Services and Student Services have been working closely together to create the most equitable conditions for learning for each and every student we serve.
Even with all the planning, collaborating, and groundwork that we have accomplished so far on a district level and site level, we know that the pursuit will only be possible, only be effective, and only be meaningful to the lives of our students if our team of dedicated teachers, staff members, and community members partner together to ensure that AVUHSD MTSS becomes our path forward.
With the changing world, we are becoming more and more diverse. We have more opportunities to meet people from all over the world.
And with language barriers, it's common for people to miss meeting great people.
So it's important to grow with our changing world. The Biliteracy Skill program is not only a great way to become familiar with them, but to become fluent in the language of your choice.
Earning the seal of biliteracy was very important as it was the first official acknowledgement of my bilingualism after being able to speak both English and Spanish almost all of my life. And to me, that gave me a sense of pride and accomplishment. Future employers would look at the seal of biliteracy as an endorsement of my bilingualism and see it as a skill and a strength.
The amount of students who have received their seal of biliteracy has increased dramatically over the years.
I think it's important to be able to communicate with other people if they can't speak English. I got to meet a lot of new people and connect with them because you have a lot of the same classes with them as you go through high school. And so it's a good place to like meet people and connect.
You are like genuinely interested in like the language like using in the future. Because like Mandarin is like a really popular language and it's like growing pretty fast.
When the stakes are high at work, your tone matters. Grammarly's advanced tone suggestions can help. Getting the tone just right can help close that important deal when you write it just right. Click the blue button to download Grammarly today.
Thank you for taking time to learn about the mental health and wellness system of supports within the Antelope Valley Union High School District. We are committed to the mental health and wellness of all students and staff. As a school district, we have a tiered continuum of mental health providers, support staff, and programs, as well as strong community resources we can refer to when the work extends beyond our scope or capacity. Tier 1 consists of supports and services which all students have access to or receive. Tier 2 consists of supports and services that are in addition to Tier 1. Some students will have access to or receive Tier 2 supports. We use data to determine which students need such additional supports. Tier 3 is made up of supports and services in addition to Tier 1 and Tier 2. Few students receive Tier 3 supports, and much like Tier 2, we use data to determine which students need Tier 3 supports. Tier 1 school-based mental health and wellness supports. To support student mental health and wellness, we offer social and emotional learning, or SEL. SEL is the process through which individuals acquire and effectively apply the knowledge, attitude, and skills necessary to understand and manage emotions, set and achieve positive goals, feel and show empathy for others, establish and maintain positive relationships, and make responsible decisions. School counselors support students in 3 domains: academic, college and career, and social emotional. Social emotional supports may include short-term, solution-focused individual counseling, crisis counseling, and group counseling for topics such as anger management, healthy relationships, grief and loss, and anxiety and stress, to name a few. School counselors can make referrals to school-based mental health agencies and outside community resources. Student support centers, also known as SSCs, are physical rooms on campuses designed to increase student connection and engagement. Every comprehensive campus has a student support center where our students can receive mental health and wellness support through both small group activities and individual mentorship. Tier 2 school-based mental health and wellness supports. School psychologists provide direct support and interventions to students receiving special education services, consult with teachers, families, and other mental health professionals to improve support strategies for students. They provide individual counseling and crisis counseling. They can make referrals to school-based mental health agencies and outside community resources. Educational social workers provide individual and group counseling to students in addition to providing parent and family support services. They support our school counselors and school psychologists by serving as a crisis team member and supporting the risk assessment process. Educational social workers also serve as a connector to community-based resources and organizations. Student support coordinators are teachers that work directly with students in the Student Support Center. These coordinators use culturally relevant, evidence-based curriculum to support student behavioral, social, emotional, and academic needs. These mentors run various small groups throughout the year, and they also provide one-on-one mentoring. Tier 3 school-based mental health and wellness supports. The Educationally Related Intensive Counseling Services, ERICS, provides intensive counseling services to students receiving special education services who are in need of higher level of support. Eligibility for ERICS services and the level of need are determined by the student's IEP team. We've also partnered with the Department of Mental Health, DMH, to provide mental health services through local agencies within the Antelope Valley. When appropriate and available, students are referred to this support by a school counselor, school psychologist, or educational social worker. In addition to local school-based mental health providers, our staff may also be able to connect select students to additional community or online support services when appropriate and available. For additional information and resources, please visit our district website at www.avdistrict.org or your school's website and click on the Mental Health and Wellness button. Here, you can learn more about our mental health and wellness services, view community resources, and get contact information for emergency and crisis services.
We learn about different body parts and different diseases in the body.
In terms of muscles, organs, and so forth.
I've always wanted to be some type of medical. I used to want to be a CSI investigator. So of course, when I seen this, I had to jump on it.
Ever since I joined the CTE course, I just decided to stay in it. And so in hopes of getting a stall and in hopes of applying such methods into my later life, that way I can prevent such issues from happening, such as cancer or genetic deformities and so forth.
At my CTE courses, it's not always about academic learning. I learn more how to be confident. I learn different ways to answer questions, and I learn how to talk and work with different people. With each course, I'm learning more hands-on.
And then, of course, I've learned a little bit on how to fight cancer. And then, of course, I've learned how to construct more of a prosthetic arm or any other form of prosthesis.
My school, it supports me with the different electives that we have and different support systems like the counselors.
When we ask questions, they're able to help us and support us. And they're able to work with us one-on-one or work with us in a group. That way we can resolve such problems. I selected this course because I believe that thanks to my sister, I would have a little bit more knowledge. And so I would kind of get a head start.
I feel like the CTE courses bring responsibility to my life, and it brings deadlines because not everything is, oh, just get it done when you feel like it. The CTE courses help me see that there is deadlines and that it's not always how you want it, it's how it's going to go. So it teaches me a lot about responsibility and time management.
I think that this program is actually really great. It's helped me so far, and it actually pushes me on forward in order to learn much more. And so it'll help me out a lot. And I feel like this is an incredible program.
Our students are cohorted, and the same students that are in our biomed classes are also in our English classes, and they move together throughout their academic courses along with the CTE courses. I think that our CTE programs are just amazing and provide our students with the opportunity to learn hands-on skills and work-based learning skills within a high school setting. And I think it's really a great opportunity for them to learn what it would be like in a real world situation outside of just the high school classroom.
I was like any kid, and I really didn't have a desire to learn. Like, I'd be like, oh no, I just want to go to school. My friends, I hate school. But then my brother was telling me stories about him being in the Health Careers Academy. And when he was telling me these stories, it started to intrigue me, and I started to like want to learn a little bit more.
My parents never got the experience of a college or any of this academy stuff that I'm currently going through.
I've learned a lot in CTE.
Medical assisting clinical side and the administrative side as well. So we cover anything from injections as well as medical terminology, medical coding and billing.
If we need anything, they give it to us. No questions asked. They know that we demand a lot, and they're flexible with my schedule. If I maybe want to take this class instead of this class, they allow me to.
Now, our teachers, I think they're really like family. I can go to them for anything. So I've been involved in this organization called AVUHSD Future Health Professionals. And I've kind of progressed through the ranks. And eventually my sophomore year, I decided to run for the state office. And I ended up winning as the regional 3 vice president. And I was privileged to serve such a large region of California.
This is the National Honor Society Medal of Sports Medicine. I received it for being in sports medicine for 2 years, as well as holding a 3.5 GPA or higher throughout my 4 years in high school. I recommend the Academy 110%. It's one of the best things you could do in high school, especially if you love health.
I recommend it to anyone and everyone. It's just an amazing and fulfilling experience. And I know that my high school journey would not have been complete And it wouldn't have been as amazing as it was without my involvement in the academy and without my passion and discovering my passion for medicine and helping others.
So my uncle was a car mechanic. He showed me a little bit of stuff because I would see him when I was little working on cars, and it intrigued me to see what was happening. And from there, I found out Palmdale High School had an academy, and I decided to enroll in it. We learned the basics at first, gradiences and different math problems. And then in the beginning of the year, we did electricity.
The business aspects, going hands-on, going through the paperwork, whatever it is, you'll be prepared.
It'll lead up to different courses, which can lead to building robots. And then you're allowed to take an elective, which is Solar Falcon Race Team, and you can build a car. My teachers and my school support me by giving me the help I need.
They've just always been there, and to me, they are like a second family.
I selected this course because it's very interesting to me. I've been doing it since I was really young. I feel like I can do that in this course.
Growing up, I've always been around people that have been working hands-on, I've been trying to work. So I have always desired to want to put myself into something and put my best foot forward.
People should really enroll in a CTE class because it's hard work. It gets frustrating, but in the end, it pays off because engineering is a male-dominated field. So they bring us in to say, hey, we need more women. And it just came out to be a really good program.
Our program is a fully cohorted 4-year program. The students that take this course are normally attracted to the engineering industry, and they want to see what that is like. It is great to see some of the students that have come through the program, and now they are engineers at local engineering companies or defense contractors. They will see what an engineering student in a university would go through and prepare them for that.
Well, I wanted to challenge myself and prove to myself that I could take a rigorous course, such as the CTE course.
In the medical interventions, we are hands-on and we get to be more creative. We work in groups to look at a patient's diagnosis and do further research to understand exactly what disease the patient has.
I also learned how to use gel electrophoresis, EKG machines, and it really taught me how to time manage and understand how college classes work and how I need to set up my schedule throughout the day.
The teachers in schools support me by always making sure I'm okay. They always ask questions. They allow me to ask as many questions as I need to understand what it is that I'm doing.
I remember this instance where I was in sports medicine and I was at a basketball game because I was helping out volunteering. This kid comes up to me off of the court. His knuckles up here, and I had to pull it out to pop it back into place. But I believe that with the help of the CTE course, that it really helped me react in that situation where others would have further.
I selected CTE courses because I knew I wanted to become a therapist or a social worker. I feel like I can be a benefit to other people like me or kids like me. SEL is basically preparing you for anything basically that has to do with being around people.
I feel like it helps me with the college career because it shows me how to talk to other people in a career that's a big role.
I am glad I was put into this course because I have learned a lot that I haven't learned before, like things that could hopefully help me for my next years. The other teachers, they would help me with the same way I would talk about my grades. They would help me with the other extra credit or the assignment itself. We would redo it and we would try and get a better grade on that assignment.
The amount of growth that you see from the time they come to you at the beginning of junior year till they get to the end of senior year is massive. And being able to work with the students and tell them that there are no wrong answers and it's okay, because just having the cohorted classes and having all of us around to really watch these kids and work with them has been a huge part of being able to facilitate some of that student success and take those kids aside that normally would potentially get in their own way and be like, no, you can totally do this. You've got this and you're going to handle business and you're going to be super successful.
Aerospace Engineering Honors is a class where you learn about aerospace engineering, all the technical stuff that goes into aviation, and how to manufacture planes and what parts are inside. I selected this course because as a child, my families were very involved in aerospace. So I always grew up around planes and I wanted to learn about aviation. In my CTE course, I acquire the necessary knowledge to know how planes work, how they're created, their propulsion systems, the tools and resources that we have. We have 3D printers in order to create little models of what we have. Like recently, we just created nose cones for planes. The simulator we had, there was a bunch of monitors and you looked at it and it was basically like you're sitting in the cockpit of a plane and you get to try to fly it and it's trial and error. You can crash it, you land it. It's everything that would be inside of a plane. So I think that's beneficial to someone that wants to potentially be a pilot in the future.
I selected this course because I always had a passion for the film industry from a young age when I took a field trip to this high school. This is one of the classes that we saw. I remember walking around the room, seeing all the computers, seeing the set, seeing all the cameras, and thinking, yeah, this is what I want to do.
A few years back, I went to a film school in LA with my little sister. When we were there, like I just thought everything was so cool and interesting. And then when I seen the course listed on my course list, I decided that it's something that I would be interested in and it looked cool and I'm glad I took it again.
We learned how to use a lot of the Adobe products. So Photoshop, Premiere, After Effects, Illustrator, and we also learned how to film, shoot, and edit our own videos.
I think prepares me very well, mainly because all of the hands-on activity that we get in this class normally, like this industry, it's all about knowing your equipment and knowing how to use it and how to use it well. And this class prepares you for that.
My teacher in school provides so many things for us. We have Macs for every student. Behind me here, we have a set with professional level cameras. We have a whole master control where we produce a new set. There's so much great equipment here and programs for us to learn the best of the best.
My teachers support me whenever I have a question or whenever I have doubt in something, I basically can reach out to them. They always give me the answers that I needed.
I want to see them just come in with a willingness to learn because in the end, they will try those things. They will do something new. I see a passion in my students. I see desire. I see willingness to try new things and a chance to really prove themselves in a medium they have loved all their lives.
And the February 23rd, 2023 special board meeting is being recorded. Anyone wishing to observe the meeting may do so via AVUHSD's YouTube channel. Individuals may take photographs or record meetings provided the individual conduct does not constitute a disruption, including obstructing the views of others. Roll call. Ms. Corona,
Present.
Mrs. McGrady,
Present.
Mrs. Nguyen, Mr. Sanchez. Present. And student board member, Mr. Delgado is not here. Okay, closed session. Are there any comments from the public on closed session items?
We have no comments at this time.
Okay, the Board of Trustees will go into closed session and reconvene the special meeting at 4:30 p.m. started. I apologize. We ran a little over in closed session. A lot of discussions in there, so. We're going to go and reconvene the regular meeting.
Welcome to the Antelope Valley Union High School District Board of Trustees meeting. This board meeting is being recorded. Anyone wishing to observe the meeting may do so via AVUHSD's YouTube channel. In addition, individuals may take photographs or record meetings, provided the individual's conduct does not constitute a disruption, including obstructing the view of others.
Okay, thank you. This just saves me a lot of talking. I appreciate it.
Welcome to the Antelope Valley Union High School District Board of Trustees meeting. This board meeting is being recorded. Anyone wishing to observe the meeting may do so via AVUHSD's YouTube channel. In addition, individuals may take photographs or record meetings, provided the individual's conduct does not constitute a disruption, including obstructing the view of others. Those wishing to address items on the agenda and matters not on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the AVUHD board shall do so in person, complete a speaker form, and give it to the designee before the public comment portion of the meeting. The speaker form must be given to Ms. Orozco before the board president announces the item. Once the item has been called, we will no longer accept new cards. Ms. Orozco will call the individual's name to come to the podium to provide their comments. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each. A total time for public input on each item shall be limited to 20 minutes. Non-agendized items are limited to a total time allotment of 20 minutes. Only one person is permitted to stand at the podium at a time. No speaker may relinquish a time allotment to another speaker. The district encourages members of the public to attend board meetings and to address the board concerning any item on the agenda or within the board's jurisdiction. The board does not prohibit public criticism of its policies, procedures, programs, services, acts, or omissions. Similarly, the board does not prohibit public criticism of district employees. Speakers are cautioned that no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments simply because those comments are made at a public meeting. Attendees are reminded of the board's civility policy, Board Policy 1313. This civility policy requires that members of the district staff will treat parents and other members of the public with respect and expect the same in return. The district is committed to maintaining disruption-free board meetings. Persistent disruptions by an individual or group are grounds to terminate the privilege of addressing the board. Persistent disruptions by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to terminate the individual's privilege to address the board. The district promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district board members, district employees, parents, and the public. The district seeks the cooperation of the public with this endeavor.
Okay, we're going to move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Sanchez, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yep. Everybody, this is my son, Miguel Sanchez, future pilot. He wants to be a pilot when he grows up. He's going to lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Which stands one nation, under God, indivisible. All right. All right. Moving into Pinko, public comments from the floor for Pinko items. Are there any comments from the public on Pinko items?
We don't have any comments for Pinko.
Okay, moving on. Okay, B, Pinko second interim financial report. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees review the second interim report and certify the final financial conditions of Pinko as positive. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second, any discussion?
I do have one question, probably of Mr. Hawkins. Who reviews the Pinko interim report?
First, we do as the district, because we are the lead agency of PINCO. Then it goes to the Los Angeles County Office of Education. They'll review it and then provide back feedback to approve the positive status that was identified there. And then ultimately it goes to the state of California controller auditor.
Thank you.
Mr. Good, do you have anything?
No, thank you.
Scroll, Mr. Sanchez?
No.
Okay, I don't either. Okay, we have a motion, a second, and I'll go and move to the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. All right, purchase order schedule, Pinko C. It is recommended that Board of Trustees approve and authorize the purchase outline on the attached schedule. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
any discussions on the item? Seeing none, we'll go and move to the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Okay, we're going to reconvene the regular meeting. 6, recognition, reports, public comments, ICC student representatives, Eastside High School and Lancaster High School. I'll turn that to you.
Absolutely. In the absence of Mr. Delgado this evening, I'd like to invite the Eastside High School to present for ICC.
Hey, we are Eastside High School's BOC team. I'm Melissa Becerra, the ASB president. To begin today's presentation, I will be presenting our Operation Talent Show. The goal for the talent show was to bring school spirit and raise money to fund future events. We had 14 acts consisting of different performances like singing, dancing, and drama acts. Our first place winner was Yami Ramirez singing Todo Relajo while having Brenda, Diana, and Camila perform a self-choreographed Jalisco folklorico routine. During our show, we had intermissions, and for our first intermission, we had our folklorico team, Los Leones, performing, and they did some performances called El Circo, Toro Mambo, and La Boda de Huitlacoche. For our second intermission, we had Sergio, Eric, and Eddie, our snare trio from our very own varsity drumline, wowing the crowd with their original act, which had them acting as security guards while performing a drumming skit they created, as well as some other music pieces like Sterling and Irish Spring Clean on their snares. Overall, our talent show was a huge success, being able to give students a spotlight as well as raise enough money for our ASB events for the rest of the semester.
Hello, my name is Rihanna Jacobo, and I'm the 5th officer of Eastside's BOC team.
On February 22nd and the 23rd, Eastside's AP US History Department went on a field trip to the USS Iowa battleship, where they learned the functions and history of the vessel through a personal tour. About 80 of the department students learned about how the ship served in World War II as a flagship for President Roosevelt, as well as the inner workings, type, and the important battles tied to the ship. I was given some responses by students who went on the trip. Junior Ivory Moreno stated their favorite part was the tour guide, who regaled students with personal stories from their time on the ship. As for junior Emily Rodriguez, she stated that her favorite part was walking into an 80th birthday party where staff gave students cake to eat. The trip's purpose was ultimately to give students an immersive experience into a sliver of history, further enriching their studies and providing extra context behind the lessons taught within the history department at Eastside High School.
Hello, I'm Sari Hernandez, and I'm Eastside's VOC treasurer. Each year, Eastside's Biomed seniors prepare a presentation on their graduate student profiles as a way to reflect and demonstrate their experiences that help them grow as individuals throughout their years in the academy, known as their senior portfolio defenses. Biomed students start this process their freshman year and follow it through until their senior year. Seniors start the portfolio defenses in the month of February, where they have to present to a panel of Biomed teachers, Biomed alumni, and community members. And our very own Biomed Academy teacher, Ms. Cleveland, recently attended a Link Learning Conference where she helped other academies with their portfolio process.
Hi, I'm Jason Ruacava, and I'm the secretary for Eastside High School's VOC. On February 28th, the last day of Black History Month, our very own Black Student Union hosted an assembly celebrating and informing students on Black history. VOC has sections covering a variety of things, such as spoken word, intermission, that were informative slides, lots of choreographed dancing, and even a crowd interactive piece where everybody had to dance off. These performances were not without meaning. The intermissions of slides consisted of facts and summaries of important pieces of such as hip hop culture and culture from notable figures. Dancing was just not everyday dance moves, but step dancing, praise dancing, and full ensemble choreographed dances. This assembly was a massive success. According to many students, they reported they had their jaws on the floor for how good it was, and even during second period, the students wouldn't leave even after the bell rang. We'd have to thank the women who are located on the top right, Ms. Brown and Ms. Harrison Gordon, for putting together this celebratory event.
Hello, my name is Diana Torres, and I am Eastside's ASB Vice President. On January 27th, our ASB was given the grand opportunity to attend a leadership conference. Us right here, our BOC, along with a bunch of other amazing BOC members, got to talk to middle school ASB members, which is a really fun experience. This includes schools such as Payu, Armagosa, Nuvista, Endeavor, and Linda Verde. Because of this meeting, we were able to show middle school students what it means to make a difference for other students, since these kids have great potential to take on leadership roles in their years to come in the high school district. We were having one-on-one talks with them, different groups of kids, and we even participated in fun games with them. Many middle schoolers were nervous about entering high school, which I'm sure if many of you have kids, you guys understand that feeling that your kids get when they have to go to a completely new school. We were able to give them talks about how high school is from our own personal experiences and show them that they'll have many fun opportunities to make amazing memories. These conversations we had with them were not only leadership conversations, but high school conversations as a whole, making them feel more confident about entering a completely new environment. Most importantly, we were able to show them that anyone could take on a leadership role, no matter what they look like or where they may come from. That, I believe, is one of the best things they could have learned that day. We hope to do more leadership conferences in the future, and overall, Eastside High School was honored to be there. We even received certificates of appreciation. Thank you, Board and Cabinet, for your time and attention, and that concludes Eastside's ICC presentation. Once again, thank you.
Right, very good presentation. Thank you.
Do you guys have any questions or comments?
Ms. Nguyen.
I always have a question. Actually, I understand that Eastside has a pretty distinctive cheer. And everywhere you go, people know that it's Eastside. Can you go ahead and repeat that cheer for us?
That's pressure.
Without the drum line, you don't have the drum line, but
Yeah, we typically have the drumline play the EHS part with their music, and then everyone who is part of Eastside typically knows to follow up with Eastside.
but you say it with so much enthusiasm when I hear it on the campus.
Okay, I got you. Ready?
Okay, I want to hear that enthusiasm. That's it. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
Good job, good job. Ms. McGrady.
I'd just like to thank you for coming and presenting to us. We appreciate it a lot.
Thank you for having us. It's our
Well
honor.
done,
Thank you.
Sanchez.
One thing that really made an impact on what I heard right now is that you guys go to middle schools, educate them a little bit. You know, that's teamwork. That's community work. And I like that because to me, everything starts to mold when you're in 8th grade, at lessons and all that stuff, you know, and then you go into high school trying to find yourself. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
we
saying?
do.
And I'm sure some of you probably, and like myself, went clueless into high school, but I kind of like the fact that you guys are educating the younger crowd.
Yeah, especially during that conference, we made sure to not just only talk to them about leadership because honestly, like it might not be for them. So we made sure that we included any like we answered any other questions they had. We asked them if they were nervous about their classes, and we told them that they could be anything they want to be and don't be scared. And we told
Exactly.
them everything they needed to hear.
That's good. Thank you.
Ms. Corona.
I love that. Thank you all for coming up and speaking to us and talking to us a little bit about your school. I also wanted to just mention the leadership. That sounds amazing, that whole experience. And I hope we can provide you even more leadership experiences in the future. And then also bravo for your talent show. Those photos were amazing. I can only imagine being in the room, how that would felt. So great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was definitely so much fun. The crowd loved it. We had a pretty full theater. Everyone loved it. The acts did amazing. I think something that we weren't able to include in the slide, but I think was something special to us that for one of our performers was a singer and was part of our special education. And the crowd for when he sang, it was crazy. It was such a beautiful thing because seeing everyone join together, seeing everyone get hyped up with them, it was definitely such a beautiful thing.
Right. Good job. You guys represent what's great about this district. So congratulations, and I'm glad. that
Thank
you're
you for
showing.
having us.
Thank you. Right, B.
Mr. Hughes, we have another school. If I could ask Lancaster High School to come up and present.
Okay, thank you. East side's out, Lancaster's in. Thanks, Greg.
Good afternoon to the board and the cabinet. We are Lancaster High School ASB's Board of Control, and we are so excited to present all that we have been up to around our school. We'd like to start off with some introductions of our BOC team. Here with us, we have our president, Roman Laredo, our vice president, myself, Chelsea Moreno, our VP of activities, Nebru Hernandez, our secretary, Ashley Clark, our historian, Alexandria McLean, and our BOC members, Callie Felkins and Javier Zarate.
Good evening. My name is Roman Laredo, and I'm the ASB president at Lancaster High School. So first, I would like to go over our Eagle Vision, which is our school's news broadcasting system, where we post weekly Eagle Vision episodes on our YouTube channel, which every Tuesday morning, teachers play for their students, and it really keeps all the students connected and informed about everything that's going on campus. And in these Eagle Visions, we have teacher staff spotlights, which recognize all the things that our teachers and staff are doing both on and off campus. And then clubs and sports really take advantage of our Eagle Visions because they can show all of their advertisements and information for the student body to see. And then we also include Be Real segments, which being real stands for respectful, engaged, accountable, and a leader. And so we inform everybody on campus on how they can be real Eagles. And next up, a very big part of Lancaster High School is our Air Force Junior ROTC program. And so this is a program with about 200 cadets, and they learn about aerospace science and ways that they can serve their nation and community. And so last December, they attended the Christmas parade in Palmdale, where they marched in position #1 and ended up winning the overall marching unit award. And they also had their commander's call, which is where trainees officially became cadets in the program. And they also had selection for national awards and the Kitty Hawk Air Academic Society. And they also came to our back to school night, where they exhibited several parts of the program, including rocketry, flight simulator, arm drill, color guard, and much more. And they also had many field trips this year, the most recent being the March Airfield Museum field trip for the second-year cadets and the Ronald Reagan Library field trip for the third-year cadets.
We had some winter activities. First up, we had our winter ball, which was masquerade themed, and we had a DJ and a really cool photo booth. We also had a winter spirit week, which had spirit days such as Pajama Day, Winter Helpers, World Cup Wednesday, because this was during World Cup, Winter Whiteout, and Ugly Sweater Day. And then also our Team 399 Eagle Robotics team put on a Winter Wonderland light show. So there was a bunch of Christmas lights and just a winter themed Wonderland. So students could come on the weekends, and this was a community event as well. They could come with their families and just had a great time.
This year, our winter pep rally was themed Eagle Olympics. We had performances from cheer, hip hop, Latin dance, and hype club. We also had winter sports spotlight, different games, class roll call, and many more events. Our winter spirit week for this pep rally was Light the Flame, Teamwork Makes the Dream Work Twin Day, Worldwide Wednesday, warm-ups as PJs, and Olympic rings, where each class had their own color that matched the colors of the Olympic rings.
So throughout the month of February, we had a handful of activities that allowed the students to dress up and show their spirit. So for our first dress up day, we had Valentine's Day, and you were able to show your relationship status. So if you were taken, you would wear red. If it was complicated for you, you would wear pink. And if you were single, you would wear white. So everyone knew what you were. For our singing Valengrams by choir, we had, you were able to buy from choir for them to be able to come into a classroom and be able to sing to whoever you wanted it to be, whether it was your girlfriend, boyfriend, or just somebody you wanted to embarrass. And they would come in with their ukulele, and they would have a handful of songs that you were just basically able to, have them sing, and they're actually really good at it. We had a hot cocoa fundraiser by the Women of Character Club, who basically in the morning when it was very cold, you were able to buy some hot cocoa right before class. So it was a nice way to warm up. We also had our Avid Weddings and our ASB Kiss booth, where for Avid Weddings on our quad stage, basically two people would get together and get a fake marriage. And for our ASB Kiss booth, you were able to come up to the Kiss booth and they would ask you, do you want a kiss? And they would give you a Hershey's chocolate.
So this year, the Eagles have been highly successful in the athletics departments and in the team activities. Oh, sorry. To begin, wrestling won the Golden League champs, and the mock trial team won their first case. We also had sports showing their accomplishments. So in our pep rally, teams were able to showcase their seniors and all the accomplishments that they've gone through. Our robotics team also was able to showcase their inventions at Robot Rollout. And then lastly, our boys volleyball team racked up school pride by hosting special events against alumni and staff. Our spring sports teams are still going on, but so far they've been highly successful.
Black History Month, we had a Spirit Week, we had lunchtime activities, our BSU step show featured Soar High School and Eastside, and they were very nice performances, and it was at both of our A lunch and B lunch. So teachers would send in their class to our small gym, and they would show their performances, and they were really nice.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So last month, ASB was able to create an event called Club Rush, where we were able to spotlight clubs. So during Club Rush, it occurs during lunch in the quad, and it's where clubs could raise money, showcase their purpose, and provide activities for students. It's a great way for students to look out and branch out to clubs. And also at Lancaster High School, we have like a broad, diverse range of clubs, ranging from STEM to literature to volunteering groups and more. So Club Rush is just a good way to spotlight clubs and expose them to potential members.
So our ASB had a leadership bond building, is what me and our advisor like to call it, Disneyland trip. So we had an amazing time learning how to be leaders. So for our freshmen and sophomores, while our seniors were having a very, very, very fun time at Disneyland. It was my personal first time there. and I had a blast. But yeah, we had a great time there. And I really think that our freshmen and sophomores understood more about leadership and ways to step out of their shell and to be the center of attention without having to, get crazy. Come on.
Okay, I was just changing the slides for them. So we had our advanced drama showcase where basically on a Wednesday after school, the families and people who were in drama or even students who wanted to come watch were able to come into our theater and be able to watch the showcase where it was basically a bunch of skits performed by drama, like the kids who have been in for a little while. So it was a bunch of funny skits. And then the next day during school on Thursday and Friday, during classes, some classes would go in and be able to watch the showcase. So like if you didn't end up going on Wednesday, it gave you a chance to be able to see all the skits that they had, and a lot of them were really funny. I know a lot of people enjoyed those. We're still continuing our Fun Fridays, which are by ASB. So basically on Fridays, we'll take out our sound system and our games like Connect Four or like Big Jenga. And basically you're able to play them, spend some time with your friends during lunch, give you something different to do. We also had our Club Rush recently, which was very successful as we had some performances by our Latin dance team. They were able to dance in front of all the kids that were out there during our A and B lunch. And also a bunch of clubs came out to be able to sell things such as ramen. That was a thing. We also had our biomed white coat ceremony. So for those students who have been in biomed for 4 years, they were getting a white coat and a certificate saying that they were in biomed. We also had our Live, Laugh, Lit Club, who had a canned food drive and open mic night. So basically they were able to come and talk about literature or say their own poetries or poems, anything they wanted to talk about to do with literature. And our Women of Character Club also are having a Women's History Month, which is being spotlighted in our Eagles vision.
And for our upcoming events at our school, we have our Harlem Wizards basketball game, which will be hosted at our school. And we invited the Harlem Wizards, which is basically a basketball team that not only focuses on winning, but giving us a good time and showing us the tricks that they can do with their basketballs. And this is a community event, so if you guys want to buy your tickets, you can. Next, we have our Spring Prep Rally, which is unfortunately our last rally, but we're going to make it count. It will be themed glow in the dark. Then we have our lip sync show, which will be a lip sync battle. And basically it'll be after school and it'll be after school hours. And there will be a bunch of different lip sync shows and make the best one win, basically. And then to end off our year, we have our end of the year luau, which is basically a last hurrah for all of the clubs to come in and sell food and recruit for next year as well. This concludes our presentation and thank you for your time.
Right, don't run off, Miss Wendy.
Am I on? I have to tell you, I have one nephew and two nieces who all went through the school at Lancaster High School. They all attribute the experience and education that they got at Lancaster to the jobs that they have now. And my nephew works for Facebook, makes a lot of money. Anyway, so I think you guys are headed in the right direction. I'm blown away by all the activities that you offer for your students. How wonderful. And the community event with Harlem Globe, are you actually going to have the Harlem Globetrotters or no?
Harlem Wizards, yeah.
Oh, because otherwise I could fill in for you.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Miss McGrady.
I'm thrilled and amazed at all the activities that you have and the clubs that you have going. And I think that's, if we have activities for children to get involved with, it keeps you busy and happy and gives you those contacts on campus that you need. So congratulations and thank you for coming. You did a great presentation.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Sanchez.
Yeah, just keep doing a good job. Stay active, keep going with this. Even after high school, when you go to college, stay active. There's a lot more things out there. High school ain't it. Trust me.
Yeah, that's definitely.
I'm still going to school. I'm already 40 something. Trust me, it ain't it. But quick question. UCLA, there's a UCLA bear there. You guys went to UCLA on a trip?
Yes, our cheer team actually went and they watched the gymnastics team, I believe.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, last week. Yeah.
Okay, I might have missed that, but I don't know if you guys mentioned it, but I saw the picture and I recognized that bear.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Ms. Corona.
Just really quick,
Oh, sorry.
can you go through the acronym again for, the Eagle Vision Be Real?
Oh, Be
I
Real?
got the R and the L, but I missed the E and the A.
Yeah, so it's respectful, engaged, accountable, and leadership.
Thank you. I love that. And I love how you model that with how can you be real to your fellow classmates. So great
Yeah.
job. Thank you.
Yeah,
so
so
much.
during Eagle Vision, every week we spotlighted a different letter and we went more into depth about how you could, model each of those letters. Thank
Excellent.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
And
much.
again, thank you very much for representing this district the way you are. It's
Of course.
it's amazing and incredible and good job.
I just want to say thank you all for doing what you did. I wish the whole school district would put on a performance the way you guys did today and the way you did, because some of the stuff that just about the way you did, we didn't have nothing last month. I'm just like, we're just amazed and just really proud of what you've done. I know I am. So I wish that they could do something, President and Superintendent, to bring something to our district here to perform, because there are sometimes activities that are, and you guys do be a very good job. And Mr. Parent saying, I recognize you and I appreciate you guys. Good job.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, everyone.
Outstanding. All right, I'll move on to B now, Mr. Ian. Caldwell Flores Winters, Inc., CFW Foundation Scholarship Fund Award to the Antelope Valley High School student. Mr. Grado.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Each year, Caldwell Flores winners, educational financial advisors give a very generous scholarship to local high school students. And this evening, we have from CFW, Mr. Greg Norman, to present to Antelope Valley High School student, Trell Mitchell. And I'd like to ask the board to actually come down as well to present a check.
Absolutely.
Good evening, everyone. Well, I have the distinct pleasure this evening to award a scholarship to an outstanding young man. I've had the opportunity to read his bio, had a few moments this evening to speak with him and his family. And he is a product of a successful family, a very proud family. And it's an honor to award him with the scholarship this evening. He aspires to go to UC Berkeley. So he's going to be a Bear, which is fantastic. It's a great university. He wants to study nursing, which is a great profession. I always tell my friends that are nurses that you can find a job any place in the world when you're a nurse. So that's a great profession to pursue. Kudos to you, Mom. You've done a great job raising an outstanding young man. Your other son is going to UCLA, so whatever you're putting in the grits and the bacon and what have you, it is working, that's for doggone sure. So congratulations to you. Congratulations to his counselor, to all of his teachers and everyone who has had an impact on this young man's education. Truly, truly something to be very, very proud of. But on behalf of Caldwell Flores Winters CFW, we are here tonight to award a $4,000 scholarship to Mr. Trell Mitchell. So please come. Oh, yes, yes, yes.
On behalf of the board, of course, on the work you've done. Oh, you're trying to take pictures, sorry. Hand me the mic, I start talking. Yes.
Congratulations. Good job. Right, thank you. Thank you very much. Play regional first robotic competition, Miss Win. Mr. Win. I was gonna let you introduce him.
This one?
They started.
Yeah, go ahead.
Favorite floors between the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
What I really like about this is just seeing the passion that all the kids exhibit. This is a great program, and NASA is very proud to be a sponsor of FIRST. I just love what it does for the kids for developing the next generation of STEM students.
I'm sure these are going to be future employees of NASA and other organizations. I have no doubt that they're going to have many incredible opportunities. Just feel the energy in this room right here. This is why I do this. You know, there's a lot of design and engineering and math and science that go into getting to this point, to this energy. But this is just a game that really exhibits all of the hard work and mathematics and engineering that ultimately will pay off someday for places like NASA.
The true objective is to generate the enthusiasm to try to instill into the younger generation what the importance is of science and technology.
These kids are truly amazing. The amount of effort and time that they've invested into the robots, we come to help out, but we leave inspired. Although it's a game, there is a lot of engineering skill that's learned and industrial techniques and manufacturing techniques that can be brought to bear all across the aerospace community.
Well, thank you for having me, board and cabinet and Mr. Nia.
Here's the question then. What's better, a scientist or an engineer? Who wins?
Engineer.
Every time?
Well, I wouldn't say every time. And a lot of people that sort of are known for their scientific discoveries are actually really great engineers, like Galileo, for example.
Okay. Okay. Very.
Sorry for the technical difficulties. Maybe it's not the technical, maybe it's the presenter. I don't know. Thank you for having me. I'm Dwayne Wynn. I'm from the Lancaster School District Board of Trustees. But I am also the chairman of the Aerospace Valley Robotics Tournament, along with my wife, Danita. We've done the robotics tournament for 5 years. We've actually had a tournament 3 of the 5 years. So we have teams that come to this tournament, 38 teams from around the world. This year we have one from Switzerland. In the past, we've had teams from Turkey and Mexico. We encourage teams to come to this because a winning team here will go on to the World Championships in St. Louis or Detroit. We have the robotics teams that come to us are from various backgrounds. We don't say you have to be a rocket scientist to do this. The kids take this as a challenge starting January 7th. That's when they're given the game, what they're going to be expected. And in 6 weeks, they have to have a robot ready to go. So it goes from the very day, if you've never been to a robot rollout, and I'm so happy to follow Lancaster High, who has Team 399, which I've been involved with since 2002, and Eastside High School, where we have our robotics competition. So I couldn't have followed any better high schools. Although they're all good. They're all good. I'm glad you were a little bit late getting started because I was at the Black 365 Knowledge Bowl competition between Lancaster School District and Palmdale School District. I won't tell you who won, but it wasn't Lancaster. It was a good competition though. The robots are, like I said, built in 6 weeks. The cost, I hate to tell you what the cost is, but at the rollout the other night at Lancaster High School, the chairman of the robotics team said it is the most costly after-school program in the entire district. A cost to go to a tournament is between $5,000 and $7,000. That's to attend one competition. Most of the teams try to attend 2. And thankfully, with the help of the Antelope Valley Union High School District, NASA, Lockheed, Northrop, and many others, companies that you wouldn't think of, they support this. Give the money to the high school, to the teams. And we have teams from not only Lancaster, but we have had teams from Antelope Valley High. We have teams from Quartz Hill High. We have teams from Rosemond. We have teams from Palmdale. And so, like I said, this year's tournament's 36 teams from around the world. Switzerland, Arizona, California, and other states. So I'm hoping you can come out and attend. I think that between March 29th, when we start setting up, and April 1st, we will have, I would guess, 2,000 or more kids, students, I mean, I hate to call them kids, students and parents. It's an open invitation. There's no charge to anyone to attend. We have a real need for about 30 volunteers, field setup, ambassadors, things like that, judges even. And again, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. But what we need are people that are willing to come over, take part in this event, watch the enthusiasm of these students. And for those of you who have been there in the past, you'll just be amazed, totally amazed at those students. Now, I have some information about it for the board, along with some coins that we made for the event. And challenge coins. I'm sure some of you know what they are. Probably, yeah, Mr. Hughes, I'm sure you know what they are from the prison and other places. That if someone asks you if you have a challenge coin and you don't have it, can't show it, it's a penalty. It could be, I don't know what the kids would do, but I'm sure that I'd ask Mr. Hughes. What's that?
Buy me a Coke.
There you go, buy me a Coke. That's true. Anyway, I do hope you can come and attend. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Right. Thank you very much for your presentation. I will actually turn to the boss,
Yes, that is very true.
I have a
not Mr.
question.
Nehan. Ms. Go ahead.
Actually, one of the things that you didn't say is the teams do a lot of fundraising to be able to do this. I think it's exciting to see their enthusiasm. I'm not really a robot person, but I got kind of involved in it by watching the teams in the past, and now Dwayne and I work to make sure this happens for these kids. These students, I'm sorry. One of the exciting things is to go at 6 o'clock in the morning on Friday morning, because the doors don't open till 8. But these students line up with their sleeping bags at 6 o'clock just so they can make sure that they get a good spot inside the gymnasium. And we transformed both gymnasiums. We have the pits, which is where they build and work on their robots. And then we also have the platform in the main gym where they do their presentations. And like I said, Dwayne said, we have teams from around the country, around the world. It's a live stream. If you come, I'll make sure you get live streamed announcing the next tournament or the next game.
Next match. Yeah.
And we have students that help us with that live streaming as well. It's live streamed, like I said, around the world. It's an amazing event, and we need to give credit to Eastside High School and also to First Robotics. We can't do this without First Robotics. When they came out from New Hampshire, took a look at what the Antelope Valley had to offer, and we showed them many different venues. Eastside High School was the one that they wanted. Well, they were blown away by the school and amazed and impressed by what the school had to offer.
And during the last 3 events that we've had, and we were shut down during the COVID years, but during the 3 years that we've had the events, First has commented about how well this event is ran. The Dave Maracek, our event coordinator, who's also works for NASA, has been tremendous to help us get this rolling, get this started, and support it. NASA supports it 100%. So, but that means we still need a lot of money to run it, and volunteers. Please, volunteers. We can always use you. And with that, Danita, do you have anything else?
Pardon me, what'd you say?
Anything else?
No, I think you're done.
Ms.
No.
McGrady. Ms. McGrady.
Thank you.
Is she doing this?
I have a couple of questions, Mr.
Yes,
Lee.
please.
So the volunteers needed, have you asked the district to put this announcement out to district-wide for volunteers? And is there that communication or partnership? You have, and have we been able to provide any volunteers that you're aware of?
I want to say one thing. The event happens on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And we don't want to interrupt student learning as much as we can. The students are here from all over the world, like I said, but they're here for the event, for the competition.
Okay, so you're looking in other places for volunteers.
We have looked Edwards Air Force Base. In fact, they offered me another 25 people again today. So That's a good thing. Air show volunteers, people who volunteer for air shows, we go to them
Mhm.
since they're good volunteers.
Yeah. Well, it seems like a good opportunity for the academies, because I understand Thursday, Fridays, but perhaps on a Saturday, it could be a great opportunity for those that are not competing, but they're in the academy that are the engineering, or that it just seems like a nice pipeline into, oh, what could
Oh,
you
no,
be doing?
you're
So just
absolutely
for
right.
volunteering.
You're
So I'm
absolutely
just
right.
trying to think of how the district can continue to support this in other creative ways.
Oh, no, Miss.
So that's
Correa.
all I'm asking.
We do. We, in fact, on Saturday, we usually have somebody from the school, Eastside High School, who does our web announcing, runs the streaming part of the event. And the Lancaster High School team, 399, offers us student ambassadors. And so they come on Saturday for sure, Friday late, Saturday, and do all of the taking the Senator Wilk or Congressman Garcia, who they all come to the event because it's a great time. And it gives them, the students, a chance to walk them around, show them the pits, because it's both the main gym and the side gym that has all of these events going on. So, yeah, the students are great.
Can I,
Thank you very
can I
much.
add one real quick thing? On Thursday, we will have a double flyover by NASA. Will be providing a flyover, and they always make a low flyby, and they usually go and then come back by again. It's interesting because most of the Lancaster students just look up in the sky, but all the other students from out of town have their phones and they're taking pictures. It's quite an impressive Friday. Our guest speakers will be from NASA and Lockheed and Northrop Grumman. And on Saturday, our guest speaker will be Mr. Greg Nehan. And also, well, I have a surprise guest speaker for Saturday as well, so.
All right. Thank you very much, and thank you very much
Thank
for the
you.
coins. We
You're
really
very
appreciate that.
welcome.
All right.
Thank
The
you.
board officer
Thank
report. No, you're fine.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna defer my report over to Miss Corona. So she can talk about how we attended the last Antelope Valley School Board Association, and we had an outstanding speaker. Go ahead,
Yes,
Ms.
so we had the real honor and privilege to be a part of the most recent AVSBA monthly meeting, and it was hosted at Antelope Valley College in their Performing Arts Theater. And there was an amazing speaker. Her name was Bogie Latiner, and she is an advocate for CTE. She's a master technician in automotive, and she was really talking about the gap within females working within the automotive industry, but any of those, as some would say, jobs that are not historically women's jobs. So she started a Girl Gang Garage, and it's for women. They rebuild. I mean, it was so fascinating. And I hope that we can bring her ideas into our district to really provide opportunities and access to women to get into these fields. Because the bottom line is that in the next 10 years or so, these jobs, there's going to be no one to fill them because the momentum is not quite there yet. But we have to get women involved, but also create an environment that women feel included. Because I know I am always nervous to go to the automotive shop because, to be honest, I'm afraid that they're going to give me a different price or talk to me differently because I'm a girl. And I've had these experiences. So Bogie, fascinating. So I forget, Steve DiMarzio of this association is the one that brought her in. And I've already mentioned this to the superintendent and to Mr. Hughes that I definitely want to see how the district can provide this for our young women. And so women and our young girls can have this role model to get into these jobs.
Ms. Wynn, you were there as well, so
Yeah.
if I'll defer some of my time to you as well.
Oh, I thought it was very interesting. Dwayne and I have redone several different older vehicles. And so it was interesting to see when I was a kid growing up, and before I ever got to drive, I had to learn how to change oil, change tire, and do some minor fender bender repairs that maybe I was involved in. And I learned the value of Bondo. That's at that time. But I think it's very important. And she gave a very good message. It was a strong message. And it said that girls can do this too.
Absolutely. Amazing work that she was doing, and the restoration on some of the cars. She was taking a new body of a car and putting an old body of a car on, and it all worked. It was incredible what she did. And we will go ahead and move on to E, Antelope Valley School Transportation report. Mr. Hawkins.
Good evening. Just quickly, AVSTA is continuing to work with both the city of Lancaster on their electrification, on getting grants. They're working with the Department of Energy, and they hope that it may take up to 24 months, and it's mostly just waiting on the buses to be manufactured, but they're hoping to have about 50% of their fleet electric.
Outstanding. Good job. Mr. Millings. Okay, thank you, sir. Miss White. See Miss White. We'll go ahead and move on. Is she? Oh, I'm sorry, Miss White. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Board President, Mr. Hughes,
Evening.
and board members. Also, our board cabinet, Mr. Nian, Mr. Willis, and Ms. Orozco. First of all, to say, as most everyone knows, you're too
Please.
kind.
Please, 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 so we can hear you.
As most everyone knows, I'm extremely disappointed that our possibilities this year, we haven't secured a snow day, and that goes without saying. I hope you will work on this for us. We still have time. Tonight, I would like to acknowledge and thank, where'd he go? Mr. Gary Allen, for his efforts in getting hotspots to all of our sites for our students. The hotspots were desperately needed, and without his untiring dedication, our district would not be able to have gotten this valuable component to our students. So it was his hard work. By the way, we need another 10. I saw that you had some training last Saturday during your special board meeting, and I hope that all of you had a very rewarding day. I'm also glad to see that the district is having 2 job fairs, one on Monday and following with another one on Saturday, March 18th. I hope you have a great turnout and a lot of applications. Since our weather is revisiting us with the possibility of rain, I won't keep you from moving forward with your agenda tonight. So please don't forget to spring forward so everyone can enjoy their daylight well after they get home. I, for one, am looking forward to having the sun still up after 5:30 or 6 p.m. So enjoy your weekend, and seriously, please work on that snow day for us. Have a good evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Right. Public comments from the floor on agendized items. Are there any comments from the public on agendized items?
Yes, we have 3.
Okay. The public is invited. We didn't record this one, right? Okay. The public is invited to address the board on any agenda item. To address an item on the agenda, speaker forms must be given to the designee before the board president announces this item. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each. The total time for public input on each item shall be limited to 20 minutes. Only one person is permitted to stand at the podium at a time. No speaker may relinquish a time allotted to another speaker. During public comments, the board listens to concerns or issues. The board may ask questions for purposes of clarification. The law prohibits the board from entering into a dialogue with the public or take action on items not on the agenda.
Miss Vivian, 13G. I need to let her know about the 17th. Miss Vivian, before you begin, I know you have also 7A. That's for the public hearing. We'll call you back up when they open the public hearing for 7A.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll try to remember my speaking.
Good evening.
To my good evening, new board member people, I appreciate you all three. And I'd like to say my superintendent Orozco and the new council and Miss Ramos and stuff. I want to just say that I'm here tonight. I guess I went over something on this here G and 7 I'll talk about later, but I was noticing how there's something about the WUF connection. I feel that some of the things that I've been noticing with our district and not really reading some of the information that's in the, in the agenda and learning what it's really about, it sometimes seemed like things that were happening last year when Dr. Ruffin was here, different things where things are being pushed on with different people to ask for programs to be here, that to me, in my opinion, this makes me upset to hear about WUF's connection, only because I think I really don't care that it's Miss Shannon that is the person that put this out there, the way it's said on the board paperwork, that they're putting out something for Pete Knight. And to me, I guess I get very upset to know that how things were with the programs and the things that were last year with Pete Knight getting all these types of programs and fundings and grants or whatever to have stuff. It makes me feel like it's a Stockdale moment, that even though he's not the president, he has voices that can speak up for certain things. And I think that when it comes to this charter school situation of the WUF, whatever it is, even for just Knight, I think that there's been other programs that have come into this district to ask to have people like things, special needs and special kind of programs for the kids that have different learning abilities that have been just knocked down by some of these same people that's been on this board that shouldn't be here, that have allowed certain things that kids of all races, all colors, all ages, from middle school, from elementary to all the way up to high school, that this district, that many of them know, like that program I lead, this program to me just appears to be something where there's other ones that are being pushed even by Mr. Chris Grado about things that I just feel like behind the scenes, if you don't read this stuff, everybody's pushing this stuff for monies to have monies, all these different places. But the school district needs the money. The kids in different schools need the area. It's just like you were asking for things such as money for proms and different things, proms or graduation. Kids in this district, a lot of them don't have these opportunities, but some of the things that are being promoted to push things to have fundings and grants and schools, new schools be here, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think that when you vote on that it should be passed. Whether it does, it's going to be passed or not. Just some of the stuff behind the scenes. If you go back to look at some of the stuff that I think that we were talking about when the other people were coming in here asking for getting stuff to help our children of special needs, special learning things that they need. Shannon Williams knows about these special needs of different things that kids have in this district. And I just think that certain things that if this program that they're offering does not help the kids that are in special ed, if it doesn't help the kids that have learning disabilities, or even kids that are, even if you're high up there in school and you have good abilities, let everybody get a chance to be a part of anything the Stockdale School or anybody is promoting for them to get programs there. It should be for everyone, I believe. And that's my opinion.
Thank you.
Eugene Hernandez, 10B.
Good evening, sir.
I'd like to thank the board for establishing a parents' council to hear.
Haven't done it yet, but we're trying to.
Yeah,
We haven't done it yet, but we're trying to.
okay, I hope you do, because Mr. Neiman shot down my idea for having a Latino advisory council, even though 24 years ago, I established a Latino advisory council. And considering the fact that 63% of the students here are Latino, you should have had one. You should still establish one. And I think that it's time that not only ESL parents are heard, but we're not all undocumented aliens. There should be Latinos advising this board as to Latino specific needs. I think that's only fair. We're taxpayers. We supported this district and you should listen to us. But I think this is a first good step to have a parents council. Thank you very much.
Sir, just if I make a comment.
Sure.
I have outstanding Latino and Latino council right here, right to the right and left of me, and I'm not that I'm not,
No,
I'm
that's
not
not it.
opposed to you, but I.
That's not it. You're changing the subject.
Nope.
I'm talking about grassroots community members, not you elected officials. I know that you're all in league, but you should hear from a different point of view. Don't put us down that they represent us. They don't. You know, I want a grassroots council of Latinos to advise you, you know, that, you know, that you're showing a great deal of white supremacy by saying that.
Okay, sir, actually, we'll probably have some conversation on that. Thank you.
Kimberly Jones, 15H.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank
Good
you. I'm
evening.
going to keep my introduction short so I can use my whole 3 minutes. I know this is a little bit of a reach because this is just for the consent for the student trip schedule, but I feel it's a perfect time to address the issue with the transportation for these student trips. We have had a lot of issues, and I know this isn't necessarily the board to hear that, but I do know that Mr. Hawkins is part of the AVSTA board. And so it's nice to have you here tonight, Mr. Hawkins, to hear there are many parents, many teachers, and many coaches who are complaining about these issues. We have had students who never got a bus and did not make it to their sporting events, to their field trips, and to other events that they were scheduled to arrive to. Not having someone at dispatch to answer the phone when we are calling, when the bus is an hour late, is unacceptable. And I think this board needs to address that with the AVSTA, as we have a contract with them and are part of a JPA with them. If they cannot handle the situation, I understand the staffing issues. I work for a company that has severe staffing issues right now. But there needs to be a way to figure that out. If you're not going to have a driver there, hire an outside agency. If you're not going to have a driver there, give parents permission to take as many kids as they can. Because it's absolutely unacceptable. The Pete Knight track team missed an invitational event on Saturday. These are kids who had 2 seasons taken from them. And you're going to start off the season taking away an invitational meet. And then the bus was late for their meet on Wednesday. In less than a week, we had 2 transportation issues. And that makes no sense to me. I know there aren't very many parents or coaches or teachers who are willing to come up here and necessarily cause a stir over it because they're afraid of any retribution.
30 seconds.
I don't care. I will come to every meeting and make a stink about this until it gets fixed, if I have to. Because I can't go to the AVSTA board meetings. They're at 8 a.m. on Wednesday mornings. That's not convenient for any one of us to come and make a stink. So in regards to the student bus trip schedule, I suggest that as you approve it, make sure there's enough buses and drivers to handle that trip. Thank you.
Mr. Nian, can you kind of give us a synopsis of the issues with the buses?
I would actually defer to Mr. Hawkins on that to clarify.
Yeah, you can give, later on, you can give us a briefing on
okay,
that.
I can do that
Appreciate that.
later.
Thank you. Right, do we have another?
That concludes our public agendized items.
Okay. Public comments from the floor for non-agendized items. Are there any comments from the public for non-agendized items?
Yes, we have 6.
Okay. The public is invited to address the board on any matters not on the agenda that is within the jurisdiction of the board. To address an item not on the agenda, speaker forms must be given to the designee before the board president announces this item. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and the total time for public input shall be limited to 20 minutes. Only one person is permitted to stand at the podium at a time. No speakers may relinquish a time allotted to another speaker. During public comments, the board listens to concerns or issues. The board may ask questions for purposes of clarification. The law prohibits the board from entering into a dialogue with the public or taking actions on items not on the agenda.
First speaker, Eugene Hernandez on George Floyd.
I think that this district should have an event commemorating the murder of George Floyd. This is a seminal event which reverberated throughout the United States, and the students here should know about what its implication was as far as law enforcement and as far as justice. Secondly, I am furious that you have a month here of March in which you don't acknowledge the Chicano community. 55 years ago, there was walkouts in East LA that started the Chicano movement. And the walkouts were because of the racism of the school, not teaching our students their history, not letting even students speak in Spanish, and other racism. And there's nothing in this school district that's commemorating that. There's two good movies called Walkout and The Last Brown Berets, which tell the story. Furthermore, it's March Women's Month. We have Chicana leaders in our history that should be commemorated. Alicia Escalante was an East LA leader of welfare rights organization. And there's also a woman named Emma Tenayuca, a young lady, 16 years old in San Antonio, Texas, who led a strike of 5,000 pecan workers. Why is this excluded? Furthermore, March is the month of the birthday of Cesar Chavez. You have no events commemorating that. You have a ton of events commemorating Black History Month, but we as Latinos are second-class citizens in this district. You don't acknowledge anything of our accomplishments, of our history, and we were here before the Mayflower. This is a grave miscalculation by the school district. I would suspect none of our history is taught in this high school district, none of it. And that is a big mistake because you're not letting Latino students know about their history, about their culture, about their accomplishments, about their leaders at all. And this goes on year after year. Like I said, no advisory council because Mr. Neiman didn't want it, and no feedback for the community. You know, you should really dig within yourselves to find out how you can resolve this issue, incorporate it into the education of this school district, and not let this racism prevail. It is a shame that you continue it year after year with no acknowledgement of us as a people. You know, you have Black History Month, you have that other class about Blackness, but what about Latino-ness? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Diana Padilla, Student Care. Diana Padilla. I don't think she's there. We'll want to call back. Well, we could cycle.
Diana, is she here?
I don't know.
Okay, if you want to bathroom, so let us know when she comes back. Let's move to the next one.
Raquel Derfler, Student Care.
Good evening.
Hello. See if I don't have to lean quite, okay. And community. At last month's meeting, I discussed issues Cancel the Contract had highlighted in its letter delivered to the district January 19th of this year. You had 30 days to respond to the requests that we laid out in the letter, and you did so on February 17th. I will read into the record a portion of the opening paragraph from this letter. So quote, "The Antelope Valley Union High School District is in receipt of your January 19th, 2023 letter outlining your client's concerns regarding the district's policies and practices pertaining to student discipline, which, as you allege, has resulted in discriminatory treatment based on race and disability. As a preliminary matter, the district takes the nature of the allegations raised in your correspondence very seriously. And as most of you have witnessed during the past year and a half, the district does have in place processes and systems to identify and address such concerns," end quote. In a perfect world, the district's policies and procedures would protect its students. But in reality, here in the Antelope Valley Union High School District, they do not. The district publishes a matrix specifying the minimum and maximum disciplinary actions authorized for violations of various education code provisions. The district itself has twice admitted, once in 2018 and again in 2021, to the California Department of Education that this matrix contributes to racial disparities in discipline, yet it has failed to make any revisions. Trustee Hughes, during a March 1st meeting, you assured me and other members of Cancel the Contract that you would take care of things and make it better for students. Is the district's response taking care of things? Trustee Corona, at that same meeting, you stated you were a proponent of law enforcement. Community elected you to be a proponent of its students. Superintendent, you ended the district's letter with the following quote, "While the district has been collaborative and forthcoming over the past year and a half and remains committed to addressing areas of concern related to discipline of Black students and students with disabilities, we do not believe that your letter provides a reasonable path forward. In other words, your aim is to do nothing and allow our students to continue to suffer. I am standing here before you and asking you as our district leadership to do right by your students. Thank you."
Thank you.
Amy Campos, Title IX.
Welcome.
On February 3rd, my daughter was violently sexually assaulted by another student during her 5th period class at Quartz Hill High School. She immediately reported it to security and to the deputy on campus, and a police report was made. That same afternoon, we met with the vice principal and conference with the district's equity director to begin a Title IX grievance. That grievance was filed on Monday, February 6th. On February 10th, my daughter and I met with the vice principal again and were told there was one more interview that would take place. I heard nothing until asked on February 23rd and was told things were being finalized. Both my daughter and I are well aware that the other student is afforded his right of due process during the investigation. The offending student had admitted guilt since day one, and Ed Code makes it clear what the mandatory consequences will be. Given the severity of these consequences, it became clear to me that the entire investigation process and the handing over of all the interviews was being stalled for the sake of allowing my daughter's attacker to continue to play varsity soccer in the CIF divisional and regional games. On Monday, February 27th, I emailed district and school officials voicing my concerns. I had absolutely no response. The next day, I was emailed that the investigation was complete and turned over to the district. After reviewing all documentations, my suspicions of the investigation being stalled were cemented, knowing that the final interview didn't take place until the 17th and the investigation wasn't completed for over a week. This ensured that the 10-day review and subsequent decision on the grievance would take place after all varsity championship soccer games would be played. The fact that the school allowed a student who had admitted sexually assaulting another student represent them on the soccer field and have his image used to promote their advancement to the finals on social media makes me doubt their dedication to student safety and well-being. It is clear that the school has prioritized sports over student safety. California Ed Code 2019 Health Education Framework Update for grades 9 through 12 clearly states that schools are to have anti-bullying and sexual harassment policies that teachers are to discuss with students. Both the school and the district share the liability for informing and instructing students with accurate and updated information regarding sexual harassment, sexual assault, affirmative consent, and rape culture. Given that the district's health books are dated 2003, the probability that students are being presented this information is unlikely at best. I'm sure my daughter isn't the first student who has experienced this trauma at her school, and unfortunately, she won't be the last. Nothing I have said here tonight will undo the emotional damage my daughter has experienced. I'm calling on the board to not allow students who are under a Title IX investigation to participate in school-sponsored activities, as this just further traumatizes the victims. Additionally, I would like reassurance that all students within the Antelope Valley Union High School District be taught from curriculum that reflects the 2019 update to the health framework for grades 9 through 12, which discusses affirmative consent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda Perel, recognition.
Welcome and happy birthday.
Thank you. So good evening, Board President, Board Cabinet, Greg, Rachel, Legal Counsel. I'm here because there was an incident that occurred on Sunday evening. He was a prior night high school student and he got killed in the evening. And on Monday morning, my son told me what happened. And I raised awareness because it's not just my son that was affected, but it was many other students that are affected by the loss. And so I raised awareness to Sarah Fowler, saying that my son may be off a little bit, maybe other students as well. You may want to check out to see these other students. And I wanted to give kudos to Knight High School staff for reaching out to other students to make sure that their mental health was okay. Because there was kids that missed school because of it. And my son missed 2 days because my father-in-law passed away this past Friday. So my son got hit with a double whammy. He tried to handle his composure on Monday. He did fairly well, but me reaching out, reached out to other staff and really made a big difference. So for me, I felt really compelled because the student was a really, really good kid and he was a former student. So he's not with the district anymore, but I just felt that I needed to let you know that it really hurt me for my son, but for my son's best friends as well, because they were extremely close to him and he was just a really good kid in general. So I wanted to thank you, Tammy Nichols. You have a great staff at Knight, and that's pretty much why I wanted to come here, just to thank you very much, because mental health is a really big thing for me.
Condolences to your family as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vivian, civility and respect.
Actually, I said, and I know my time has started, that the reason why I'm going to be coming back and forth to this board is because of civility. And I asked Ms. Orozco, can I do something with a picture that I have of the two ladies sitting up here, the two people, women that are on the board that I think that should recuse themselves and be even fired off your board, Grady and this one here. When I really think that these two should come off this board because it's just a sickening thing to remember and to have a photo of them both with their so-called target practice picture of all three of the board members back in the day, including Ms. Perel that left just now, on how they had that picture for the recall that Stockdale, Hunt, and the rest of this board has, at that time, especially the chief person, David Vieira. I guess I'm thinking of hearing this young lady talk about the Quartz Hill person that just touched somebody, and knowing that the teachers of this district and some of these people on this board, and you know who you are, that didn't come through to help out when there are uniform complaints. You push them under the table. You act like they're not there. You try to make sure, to me, you try to bribe people so they won't have to say anything about how cases turn out. But you got the teachers calling kids niggers. You got other ones touching people and doing different things, and you got people ignoring the fact that kids are getting raped and abused, and then a lot of them are having mental issues because they're not being recognized by these so-called nice little interpretation, all these little slideshows that are going on the show with the district. God, how many people have been in? There should be accountability on how many people have been on these programs that have gotten help for these kids for mental health. Because just like she just said about mental health or how these kids are dealing with stuff, there is so much stuff going on in these classrooms and these schools that are not being addressed. And you all, I won't say you new ones, or you all don't know them all, but you do know some of the things that this board has pushed under the table like crazy. And especially these two that should be really recused of people that they put on the board, and from their friends and other people too that know on this board who they are and who they are that are not doing right for this district. The civility problem that I have about 13, or whatever, 31, 13, or if it's 13, 13, it's a shame because you got two people sitting on this board that act like they do something and they're for the kids and they are not, and they well know they're not. I actually got ready to pass the picture out, but I don't want to be accused of another $20,000 lie that I said Stockdale and Hunt were the ones that's called the teacher of the kids niggas when it was Coach DJ Himes and the rest of his clans and everything else that had me in court. Thank God that the judge seen through the mess of me not getting $20,000 taken from two teachers from this district that are still on your damn board, that I cannot stand because the kids really are not being represented right. You know who they are and the ones that have been a part of all the mess that they've been doing, starting with Chris Grado, who should have helped the
30
kids at
seconds.
Highland at the time that we all came to them and parents came. But you took two learning disabled kids off of a team that they should have played for the Oxnard team. I want you to go back and look at that. That coach did not allow one of the players to play at all. They took them to the court CIF, to the CIF, and he's sitting still in your district. So I'm gonna say this, the civility policy, you need to check it out because it's not good, because half the people sitting on this board and they know who they are shouldn't be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That concludes our speakers.
All right, 7, educational service action item. Educational service public hearing on the Antelope Valley Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology charter petition. The Antelope Valley Union High School District Governing Board will now hold a public hearing on the charter petition submitted by the Antelope Valley Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology to operate within the geographical boundaries of the Antelope Valley Union High School District. This action is being conducted pursuant to Education Code Section 47605. This action will proceed as follows. First, district staff will provide an opening statement, and the district legal counsel, Jabari Willis of AALRR, will provide an overview of the requirements for a charter school petition and the process used by a school district in reviewing a charter position. Second, Antelope Valley Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology will be given up to 10 minutes to make a presentation about the proposed Antelope Valley Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology charter school. Third, the board will hear public comments. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes each. Total time for public comments will be limited to 20 minutes. Speakers shall direct their comments to the board and are urged to avoid repeating points made by previous speakers. Fourth, the board members may ask clarifying questions to staff, Antelope Valley Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology, and/or public speakers, but no action will be taken at this public hearing. Thereafter, actions on the Antelope Valley Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology charter petition will be placed on the agenda of a future regular or special meeting of the Antelope Valley Union High School District Governing Board. 1, opening public hearing. The public hearing on the Antelope Valley Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology charter petition is hereby opened at what time is it?
8:11.
8:11 p.m. At this time, I call upon Superintendent Nehan to introduce staff and legal counsel.
So presenting first, we have Dr. Chris Grado, who is the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services. Dr. Grado.
Mr. Grado.
Thank you. Good evening, once again, Board of Trustees. The charter for the Antelope Valley Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology was received by the district on February 14th, 2023. Following tonight's hearing, district staff will complete its review of the Synergy petition in accordance with Education Code 47605. To review this charter, we have convened a committee of district staff who specialize in the areas of instructional programs or methodologies, special education, business and finance, and human resources and facilities, among other areas, to assess the elements that must be described in the charter according to Section 47605. District staff will also work with our legal counsel to analyze the petition in relation to the legal standards in the Charter Schools Act. After completion of its review, the committee of the district staff will then publish on the district's website all recommendations and proposed findings regarding the synergy petition at least 15 days before the public hearing at which the board will will either grant or deny the petition. At this time, it is anticipated that the board's decision on the synergy petition will be made at the April 20th, 2023 board meeting.
And now we'll hear from counsel, Jabari Willis.
The Charter Schools Act provides for persons interested in forming a charter school to be located within the geographical boundaries of a local school district to submit a charter to that school district's governing board of education for consideration upon receipt of a certain number of signatures of either parents/guardians or teachers supporting the proposed charter school. The charter petitioners for Antelope Valley Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology propose a TK through 12th grade charter to open in the fall of 23-24 school year. A charter petition is deemed received when it is submitted to the district office along with a signed certification that the petitioner deems the petition complete. This commences the timeline for the Governing Board of Education's consideration of an action to approve or deny the charter petition. The Governing Board holds a public meeting on the provisions of the charter, at which time the board is to consider the level of support for the petition by teachers employed by the district, other district employees, and parents. The district board is holding this public hearing tonight. The governing board has 90 days from receipt of the charter petition to make a decision on whether to grant or deny the charter, which timeline can be extended to 120 days by mutual agreement between the district and the charter petitioners. A charter is required to contain reasonably comprehensive descriptions of a number of items, and the petitioners are also obligated to provide the district additional information. Charter schools are generally exempt from the laws governing school districts, but instead they must operate in compliance with the terms of their written charter. The charter is the document that controls the entire school's operations. So the contents of the charter are extremely important. In other words, with few exceptions, a charter school is exempt from the provisions of the Education Code that generally regulate public school operations. And instead, it is the plan and program set forth in the charter that controls the particular school's operations, including, but not limited to, educational, employment, and fiscal matters. If the district's governing board approves a charter, the district becomes responsible for the ongoing oversight of that charter school to see that it is being operated in an educationally and fiscally sound manner and in accordance with the plan and promises set forth in the written charter. A few areas that must be described in the charter include educational program, measurable pupil outcomes, governance, employee qualifications, health and safety procedures, and admission requirements. The charter petitioners are also required to provide a budget, documents, and information about their proposed facilities. The district's governing board is to grant the charter if it is satisfied that granting the charter is consistent with sound educational practice and within the interest of the community in which the school is proposing to locate. In deciding whether to grant or deny a charter petition, the district's governing board must consider the academic needs of the pupils the school proposes to serve. In order to deny a charter, the district's governing board must make written factual findings specific to the particular charter petition being reviewed, set forth facts that support 1 or 8 statutory findings. At the public hearing, generally the focus is on gathering of input from the public, specifically including district employees and parents regarding the proposed charter school and any presentation that the petitioners may choose to make regarding their charter proposal. The board may choose to ask questions of the district administration, charter school representatives, and/or speakers at the public hearing, but the governing board will not take action to approve or deny the charter tonight. Thank you.
petitioner's presentation. Does Antelope Valley Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology wish to make a presentation regarding the charter petition?
Yes.
Okay, who will be speaking for the Antelope Valley Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology?
That would be me,
Are
Derek
you-
Spiva.
Are you gonna do that by yourself, sir?
I am.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
The
Thank
floor
you.
is yours.
Thank you for this time to talk to you about what I consider to be an exciting project to come, hopefully. So, again, I acknowledge Mr. Nahan. Thank you for all your assistance in putting all this together and answering questions. I appreciate that. And so we will give you just a little bit of a glimpse of what we are planning for this exciting charter school. A couple items of clarification. The first item of clarification is that although many of you saw me here last year, right around the same time, that it was a totally different school than what we are proposing right now. That was, we were going to be working with iLead last time. Now we're going to be working with Maker Learner Network, and I can answer questions about that later if you have questions in regards to that. And I think much of that is clear in the petition. So what is Synergy School of the Arts and Technology? The first thing I'd like to do is show you a little video just to give you a little bit of an idea of kind of what we're thinking. It's not as easy to talk about it as it is for me to show you. Oops. Before we do that, I'm sorry, I got a little bit ahead of myself. Let me tell you just a little bit about myself. And I think this will give you a little bit of insight as to who I am and why this is important to me. So you see here, this is my family. I grew up here in the Antelope Valley. I attended Juniper School in Palmdale and then went on, and I actually graduated from Quartz Hill High School. So I've been in the district all my life. My mom, who you'll hear from a little later, actually started teaching for the district in 1960. So there are probably very few of you who were here around there. So she has quite a history about the school district that probably many of us are not aware of. So I put the pictures of my family. I have 4 kids. I had to get them all through school, and I was one of those helicopter parents that probably drove my school administrators and teachers crazy because I was over there all the time trying to make sure that my kids got the education that they were supposed to get. I must say that we did actually plan on relocating from the Antelope Valley, partly because my experience here was not the best. And I think you've heard from some of the folks that have been up speaking earlier, and my experience was very much like that. So like many of us, we go away, we go to college, we travel the world, I've done research and all those kinds of things, and then something happens that brings you back home, and then you come back home and you say, oh my God, not much has changed. And then something hits you and say, well, I like my parents used to tell me, you need to be the change that you want to see. Thus, what we're about to see. So let's watch if I can get this to work properly. I think I hit a button. Okay, here we go. Here's our video. But it won't play.
It's assistance, Kevin.
Assistant. That makes sense.
What does a School of the Arts and Technology look like? The arts are often the thread that weaves together the integration of subjects to develop real-world projects that further a student's love of learning. We know that learners who participate in the arts in high school have better attendance, are far less likely to drop out, and are also more likely to attend college and complete a bachelor's degree. It will look like a unique, balanced mix of the movies Fame, The Matrix, and Star Trek's Holodeck, combined within the metaverse of the future, which is already begun among companies like Apple, Facebook, Google, and Oculus. It's being used to train folks who are getting ready to go out into for real outer space. It's being used in the aerospace industry to train pilots and a variety of other occupations that demand that a learner or a student can really experience a situation and be able to handle themselves accordingly to whatever situation that they run into. CTE within the performing arts sectors, live music, theater, and dance. In other words, live theater, film, and other media presented in virtual, augmented, and mixed reality, and the metaverse.
So what is our mission? Our mission is to offer unparalleled education in arts, technology, with a strong academic base, and to promote growth, creative, challenging, and nurturing growth within the educational environment. The vision is to give learners an opportunity to, in the Antelope Valley, to develop artistic, technical, and academic skills by connecting them to professionals working in the field to prepare them for jobs in the industry, vocational training, and higher education. One of the examples of that might be that I have a brother who is a music editor for the film industry. So he did Woman King, if you saw that movie. He's worked on Con Air, a variety of different movies. And one of the things that he tells me about all the time is that most of these guys are getting older and getting ready to retire, and there's not a young group of trained technicians who can take their place. So we're looking at offering some of those things to some of those opportunities to our kids so that they can go and work in the entertainment industry or a related field or area. So whom are we looking to serve? I've had people ask me the question, are you going to just come and steal all the students from the school district? No. By the way, it is important to note that I am an employee of this school district and have been for the last 3 or 4 years. And it's important also to note that there are a lot of really outstanding educators in this district. What we are proposing to do is to fill some gaps, to just build some bridges in some areas that may not necessarily be filled right now. So we're not looking at taking students, large numbers of students from the district. There are many students right now who are in charter schools right now, in elementary school charter schools. There are no charter high schools other than Learn for Life, which is an independent study program. But I believe one size doesn't fit all. That's good for certain kids. For me as a student, it would have been terrible because I lived for being able to learn about the performing arts and that kind of thing. There were a few things at Quartz Hill High School in the day. Those of us that were around remember that, Antelope Valley High School had one of the best bands in the world. We had great choirs and lots of music that some of it exists now, but much of it does not. So anyway, that's who we're looking at serving, is those students who are looking for this type of an option. It's just an option. And we're looking at actually looking forward to working with the district in a variety of different areas, but I'll get to that in a minute. So currently, there are some issues, and I've heard several other speakers talk about some of the issues that are going on in the district. And definitely when I was a student here, I do remember that Black and brown students were suspended and expelled way more than than white students. And a lot of it had to do with, and many of us are still asking the question why. And me having been a professor of ethnic studies at San Francisco State University and doing research in this area, we have discovered that a lot of the behavior issues are directly linked to our students feeling that they are culturally respected through culture. What does that mean? That means, just like the gentleman was talking about, being able to acknowledge that there are other histories and other cultures besides the mainstream that we have typically and traditionally been teaching. We're looking at making sure that this is incorporated to be inclusive. And why would I think that I'm the person to do that or to lead that is because I taught ethnic studies, Africana studies, critical thinking at San Francisco State for 10 years. All right, moving on. So what is that? So the data tells us that culturally relevant pedagogy and its application to PK to 12 or TK to 12 education emphasizes social political awareness, cultural competence, and academic excellence. This can significantly reduce behavioral issues and help kids to connect in a way that they wouldn't otherwise connect. And if many of the kids right now that are having the struggles that I had when I was here, then it's pretty much the same thing, that I didn't see people like myself. I didn't see role models like myself doing anything other than my parents. But I think that contributes to a lot of the issues that we're having right now in our schools, and there are ways to improve that. Right now, because I think the last time I was up here, I believe I remember someone talking about, oh, we've got plenty of performing arts programs in the district. So I was at one of the arts meetings not too long ago, and this graph came up, and I realized that if you can see there that Antelope Valley High School has no band director, no choir director, no program at all. There may be some after school activities, but not during the academic day. And as far as the state of California is concerned with arts education, it is a part of the academic curriculum and should also be taught during the daytime. Little Rock High School didn't have anything during the day. Some after school activities, but not during the day. So one of the proposals that we're hoping to do with this charter school is not to just be an island in and of itself, but to also work with the district to work on fill some of these gaps in education here. What does that look like? Well, right now we have a contract with iLead and AV Hybrid, and also with iLead Lancaster. We're teaching virtual reality, guitar. You're going to hear from a couple of our facilitators in a few minutes, and music. And it works really, really well with what's going on at the project-based learning education. It helps to just fill some gaps. I'm thinking that we can do the same thing with the district. We bring down professionals like John McFarland, who is the special effects designer for The Simpsons. He lives here in Little Rock. He's told me over and over and over again, I'm going to retire in a year or two and I'm going to come and work with your kids. Well, he wouldn't just work with our kids, he would work with kids in the district as well. That's what I'm proposing. Okay, so what is our program about? It's project-based learning, community-based learning and internships, individualized learning, social emotional learning. We've heard that buzzword a lot. What does that mean? But it's also connected to being culturally respected. And that's one of the things that we're going to be really focused on. And then we talked about in the video about the virtual augmented and mixed reality. Again, as it applies to CTE, preparing our young people for actual jobs. The entertainment industry is the third largest industry in the state of California, but yet we here in the Antelope Valley aren't sending any of our kids, or very few of our kids, to be a part of that huge industry where they can make lots of money. I think it was Ms. Swin talking about her nephew making lots of money at Facebook. Incidentally, a couple of years ago, we sold we sold a show to Facebook. I think they paid something like $25,000, and there were a lot of students that worked on that. So they're asking me right now, can we do more of that? They are screaming for content, and that's one of the things that our kids at our school, plus we can bring in district kids to be a part of that. In terms of capacity, all of this is in the petition. The petition's 200 or 300 pages long, but it's got all of this information about finance. Mr. Eduardo, stand up real quick. Okay. Mr. Eduardo is our finance budget person, and so he's handling all that. And when we get together, we can also direct any kind of questions about finance to Mr. Eduardo. We have a number of grants that we're involved in right now. One we just got for $600,000 from the county through a third-party administrator, Amity Foundation. We've written about 10 or 15 more. So we expect that we will have a lot of additional funding beyond ADA to make this work. And these are some of our partners that are working with us. Some that I'd like you to really pay attention to, the city of Palmdale, and Mr. Zink, Jason Zink is going to talk about that when he gets up to speak. Okay, and this is just the last little thing about me. What it's like to be marginalized.
So why a charter school? Why a school of the arts and technology? Why me? Why now? When you get right down to it, Synergy will target learners who see themselves as marginalized and unable to connect with the current comprehensive educational model. So then the next question is, Dr. Spiva, what do you know about student marginalization? Well, I might know just a little bit about what it feels like to be different. Growing up in the Antelope Valley was challenging. As the middle son of the first African-American family to move to Palmdale, California in 1960, I remember one morning having the experience of witnessing a burning cross in our front yard. Fast forward to elementary school, I had dyslexia and didn't really learn to read until 7th grade. So every day in school was a struggle. Awkward and uncoordinated at sports, other than Mr. Meyerhofer's band class at Juniper School, there was nothing at school I connected with. I spent most of my time confused and unable to figure out what was going on. It wasn't until age 14 that a rare opportunity was presented by the Los Angeles County Parks and Rec for me to be cast in a production of Damn Yankees at Antelope Valley College. Looking back, I consider this to have been the first positive learning experience in my academic life. I suddenly acquired a laser focus on going to college to study theater and acquiring skills not available to me at that time. That sudden connection and fascination with the arts empowered me through college, graduate school, earning a PhD and a postdoctoral work traveling scholarship, sharing my experience, research, and artistic integration in general education and basic project-based learning. To add to my experience with marginalization, each of my 4 kids inherited some aspect or form of learning disability, just like me. As a parent of 4 kids with learning difficulties, I had to be involved in every aspect of their educational growth and development. Years of challenging the comprehensive educational model has brought me to the conclusion that an individualized social emotional project-based learning is the most effective model for learners who see themselves like me as marginalized. Add the fallout from the great pandemic and the likely resulting PTSD among teens to come. The future demands data-driven, bold, preemptive action. And so here we are.
Right, public comment. We will now take public comment on this item. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes each. Total time for public comment is limited to 20 minutes. If you wish to speak, please hand in a speaker's form. Speakers shall direct their comments to the board and urge to avoid repeating points made by previous speakers.
We have a few speakers. I don't know that we.
Yeah. I just have one card that was filled out, and then there may be additional speakers for this item.
If you guys need to speak, fill out a card. Good. If you're wishing to speak, please grab a card and fill them out real quick, please.
Okay.
Mr. Roscoe,
I have. I didn't have.
Mr. Roscoe, can we grab the first person who has a card and then the other people can fill them in or fill them out while one person is speaking? So whoever wants to go first, you go ahead.
So Miss Vivian,
Miss Vivian, can you come up? You're first. Yep, come on up. They will get their cards filled out while you're speaking. Thank you. Welcome again.
Yes, thank you again. I want to first say something. I want to thank the security guards that always help me. I want to say Miss young black lady Perdia, Marissa, Merzling, and all the different ones, all the ones that I know, Ramos and Orozco. I just want to say those people that are always so helpful me coming up to the district to speak. I actually said that I did look over this. I look over this a little bit because I think I seen Chris Grado's name on this here school situation. So this is what I was talking about the iLead program. This is the same gentleman that brought up the iLead program from last year. And you need me to do something? Oh.
I'll take care of it.
And so I was thinking that if this is the same type of program that addresses, like he said before, all the different kids with their needs, I'm for this now. I didn't know what this was all the way about because I didn't know this was not iLead, or part of our lead, which was showing the different types of kids that have different learning disabilities. They didn't approve for them to have the iLead program, the program that was here. So I understand, like he said, they're filling in a few gaps and stuff, but that's what I would love to see that's going on, because even with all these different things with the arts programs and music and all that stuff, sports was also a big thing too. So I think that if our kids are given those opportunities, because some don't excel in just academics the way everybody think they do. They are in arts, they are in sports. And I could say that as a parent for the kids that did play for the Highland, that were in sports. And when they have other activities such as this here program, Synergy, School of Performing Arts, I'm happy to be a part of knowing that this is something that our district needs. And I hope that it can get, I hope that it can get approved if that's the case, even though I had not wanted to have anything to do with it because of the person that was either behind it, which was Chris Grado, the principal, that I feel that did not help when it needed to be helped with these kids that are in the school district that went through many things on that team. And because sports is very woven. Sports is part of the United States of America and the whole world about how things are. And kids should have been able to have opportunity to have a better experience than what was given to half these kids that didn't get it from the people that were on these boards, that not you all that are currently here. So I want to thank them. And I remember meeting his mom, a beautiful young lady, who was 1960. Well, you know, I'm right about that time there in life. So I just thank you. And it's nice to know that you guys came back to try to do something for the district because it definitely needs it. So thank you very much. I don't even know how much time I have. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Spiva, is your mom going to lead it off?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay.
No, that's what I'd love to hear.
Oh, sure. I'll be sure to stand up.
Teaching before I was even born by 9 years.
Okay, it's all right to. Hello, everybody. It's so good to see you.
Welcome.
Do we appreciate you, whether you know it or not, we love you. Do you care about marginal students? We just talked about that. But you know what Brother Webster said? He said marginalized means belittled, criticized, and insignificant. Did you ever feel that when you were in any class in your educational life? Okay, so my question to you is, do you care about today's marginal students?
Gonna move the microphone just a little bit.
Oh, yes. Oh, I'm a loud talker. I was a teacher for 90 years. It's, it's change really coming at this time. I saw a lot of change earlier. That's good. Is this just talk or words or strategic reports on a piece of paper? Or are you willing to do the right thing for the synergy petition? I ask you, are you willing to do the right thing to help these students? I started working in Antelope Valley High School District in 1960. Some of you were probably not born then. Okay. Teaching English at Antelope Valley College and then Palmdale High School. And I continued as a full-time instructor at Antelope Valley College for a lot of years. I just celebrated my 89th birthday, folks. I need to share a little bit of history to let you know this district has done a lot of good things, but yet the context of this message requires me to tell you that in 1960, there were Watts riots. I was teaching at Palmdale High School. In 1965 were the riots when I taught at Palmdale. And we had to call the students together and put them all in a room who were fighting and talk to them. The Black students on campus were distraught and determined to riot in solidarity with those students in Watts. It's a hard thing for parents to go through, although I was a teacher at the time. But think about it. I am asking the administration to persuade the students. I was supposed to ask the administration to let me take them to the cafeteria, and we did. There were many meetings with school districts, police departments, board members. Many promises were made, but ultimately, it seems, not kept. Through the years, many incidents in the district have prompted discussion of equality, which you noticed tonight. Among students of color and poor white students, brown students, Black students, poor white students who were just here as a seemingly insignificant person sometimes. They told me so. Over and over again, the school board and administrative staff insisted that change is coming. Change is scary. Change is risky. Change is interesting, isn't it? All right. We can continue to teach kids to live in the past or prepare them for the future. Synergy School of the Arts represents positive change for Black, brown, poor students with a proven supportive and nurturing environment where they will thrive. Surely, after 50 years of unkept promises, the school board can support change today. If you care about marginalized students, and you've had some of those experiences yourself, please approve the Synergy Charter petition. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to see who goes after that. I'm sure.
How do you follow after that?
Latora Saxton?
Yes. Hi, everybody. Latora Saxton. I am a community member here. I actually just left a meeting. I was at I Lead Lancaster. I serve as the president over that board, and I heard about this meeting happening, and I know of the work. And so I want to talk tonight really quick about being paralyzed. I used to be paralyzed. Can you believe that? From my neck down. I'm a walking miracle. Oh, yes. I wrote a book about it. You can get it on Amazon. Anyway, by being paralyzed, I had to learn how to access things. And what was the most frustrating thing for me was realizing that accessibility was not always accessible to everyone. And so as a person who was young and paralyzed, being limited, like I walked in this building today and I was so proud of the accessibility, the ramp here, the wide doorways, the fact that if I came in here with a wheelchair, that I would have access to this place. I wouldn't have to be set in a corner. I wouldn't have to be marginalized to another space because the place couldn't accommodate my needs. And so I want to talk today about why I support Synergy is because as a parent of a 13-year-old daughter and a 15-year-old son, I'm a founding parent of I Lead Lancaster, and seeing the work that has happened and the accessibility and having the freedom of choice to say that's a school that my kids can fit into, to saying like, oh my God, if we just could see what else is out there. I also my husband's a pastor, so I'm sorry if I sound preachy. And I'm an evangelist. I love people. Let me tell you something, I get y'all all saved. But I just believe 100%
In 3 minutes.
love people. If we love people, if you love this community, we can make a difference. I see every single day, foster youth, traffic victims, survivors, so many different atrocities that are happening right here in our valley. And it's our babies that are suffering. Our babies that are suffering. We have a resource center in Palmdale. And I can tell you right now, there's not enough. There's not enough. But what I can tell you that's therapeutic for our community, for Black and brown and every shade of the rainbow, is having access to something. To having access to something more. So I never want anyone to feel like I felt when I was paralyzed and handicapped and set in a
30
corner
seconds.
and there was nothing available for me. Our kids need this. They need to be able to express themselves through the arts. They need to be able to learn and have a pathway to success, to lead and be great in our communities, to make a difference. We are raising leaders, and if we don't have a pathway for them to get there, then how will we have a next generation that makes a change?
Darnitha Jacobs? Thank you. Peg Lee?
Well, I guess I don't have no time to introduce myself, huh? So the clock is starting. Well, I'm here to speak for your native son, and I'm asked that the charter school be approved. I'm the trailblazer for the Antelope Valley. I am an educator. So all this stuff is, I see it, okay? I've been teaching with a master's since 1984, somewhere in the Virgin Islands, and I'm still doing what I'm doing. But I'm a public servant, former public servant for LA County Parks and Recreation. So when Derek asked me to speak, so I'm not used to speaking with my back to anyone. When Derek asked to speak, I have to see my audience. I asked him, what make your charter school better than any of all these other charter schools and all these schools I served for? At present, I'm teaching at Victor Valley College, taught at Antelope Valley College, taught at most of the area sub at area school district here. And this is what he said, because I had to pick his brains, okay? Because being a public servant for LA County, we had to access the needs for all students. So we took up a lot of slack for the schools. And he said that his emphasis is on obesity. That was good. As well as activities. And I said, what kind of activities? Well, you know, he said physical ed. I said, okay, you talk to me. And so I like how he's going to reform physical education in his school. So I had to test him. I said, what about some games of lower organizations?
Gains of law organizations, things like platting the maypole. How many of y'all ever plat a maypole? Ooh, don't let me be by myself up here. That's why you take the string and go under, in, and out. Thank you. Every age level could do that, even people in a wheelchair. So I had to test him. So his thing is to bring back all things that was in the community for all people, all games, not just football, basketball, and all that. Things that could suit everyone. So my thing is, I'm asking that he be given a chance, because as a trailblazer for LA County, I can stand here and say I was the first lady for Michael Supervisor Antonovich, his first lady for all being a trailblazer. It takes someone who's outside of the box to bring in new ideals, because sometimes we're so influenced by our educational ideals and we forget about the community. Another thing I like what he said,
30
I had to
seconds.
test him again. Bring in some patriotic programs, just like the gentleman was saying. We don't even celebrate Cesar Travis. At Everett Martin Park, I did bring it in. And I think the school board, you know, you all had Cesar Travis' grandson here. Many of y'all don't know that. Cesar Travis' grandson came. And the school board brought a lot of people in, you know, so I piggyback off that. And I had Cesar Travis at Everett Martin Park, because we had to fulfill things.
3 minutes.
So yes, I know it's time, but someone obey. But my thing is, I would like to see this charter school come about, because he is a native son. He has the energy. He's hungry for what he's like. You all said passion, but he's actually hungry. So therefore, I don't think that this school would close down a drop. And see, you see about you can't get drum teachers. He has a pool of people to pull from. And to keep a school or anything successful, you have to have people in the community. You got to be a politician. You got to be a member of the United Way, everything you got around here. I know it's time to sit down. So I'm asking the board, and if you all want me to be a watchdog for him, I'll be a watchdog. Thank you.
Thank you,
Sherry-
ma'am.
Sherry Banyer.
Hi, I'm Sherry. I am currently a facilitator at iLead with Mr. Derek's program. I teach music, I help with guitar, and I teach dance at iLead AV. And my background is in the performing arts. For me, it was also a way to be included in my community, although I did grow up in a different state. I grew up in Maryland, and because we're so close to Washington, DC there, I feel like I grew up in a true melting pot of cultures. And so it was just very normal to me, the way I grew up, to have, you know, all the cultures represented and, you know, in my view, treated quite fairly, you know, in terms of how, you know, how discipline came about and, you know, how opportunities came about. You know, I grew up in Montgomery County, which is known also as, you know, being quite, you know, there's a lot of wealthy people there. So, and it's also serving the arts, which are really huge on the East Coast. I know we're close to California, which is Hollywood here in the Valley, but I was really shocked when I initially moved here that there was so little to offer in the way of, you know, getting paid professionally as a performing artist. I've also, by the way, subbed for the AV High School District in the past for 5 years. So I've been in the trenches, you know, seeing that there's so many kids that really just need redirection, like Mr. Spiva said. You know, they just need a new environment that they can really thrive in. You know, I was able to, you know, growing up personally, perform in my community from the age of 14, do professional theater from the age of 17. And so I bring all of this experience, and I'm really excited to have something like this, to bring my experience in Antelope Valley. And so
this school just has to happen because it's just the most exciting thing to come along in all the years that I've lived here since 2008 in the Antelope Valley. And I'm just really honored to see the melting pot of people that I'm working with as well. You know, and just the passion that we all hold, and even the professionalism that we still have, you know, working in our fields. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Jason Zink.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Jason Zink, a lifelong member of Antelope Valley. As you can see, this school is much more than a school. This is about change. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the 3 new board members and the 2 other board members for their time that they've served the community and our youth. And I see great things from this new board, so I thank you. I am truly excited about this charter school. Synergy is what Antelope Valley needs. I've lived here all my life. My family moved here in the early 1900s. I have a Palmdale High 1990 graduate. I just wish this school would have been offered back then. I've seen a lot of my years, and this charter school is amazing asset, will be an amazing asset to AV. Derek Spava is a highly talented person. We are so lucky to have him leading this effort. I said to Derek, you're so talented. You're so talented at what you're doing. Why aren't you in Hollywood making millions? He said, Jason, my talent and performing, I am talented in performing in arts and technology, but my passion is helping our youth and giving back to the community I grew up in, which I know a lot of teachers, and that is also true about them. Their passion to help our youth. Or help our youth and help them reach for the stars. I fully support this charter and Derek Spivak and his skilled, talented team. I hope you do too, board members. I also have something from the city of Palmdale, from council member Bishop Austin Bishop, who was spearheaded the Palmdale Film Studio that just opened up. And what he told me was right now they can't even find employees to work in the film studio. And I read a big thing about Hollywood can't even find people. These are high paying jobs. My friend doesn't do anything. He makes $150,000 a year just sitting there watching, you know, a stagehand. So this is something Antelope Valley needs to be a part of. Mayor Laura Buttoncourt also supports this. She wanted to be here tonight, but she had to watch her grandkids, you know. And what she said would hopefully be future AV Synergy.
30 seconds.
AV Synergy Arts and Technology students. So you got the support of the cities. Both cities have museums and performing arts and all that. I can see this school being such a synergy between the high school, the cities, and the students. And I hope you support this petition.
Thank you, Mr. Zing.
Zosky Argueta.
Welcome.
Hola, me llamo Soski, soy asistente de maestro de guitarra, música en español, coro y realidad virtual. So let me hit that SAP button real quick. My name is Zoski. I am assistant to teachers to guitar, music in Spanish, choir, and virtual reality. And I'm actually really excited to be here today. This is amazing to see that we're expanding like this. I didn't actually tell you guys, but I grew up in the projects and music was an escape for me. So this is amazing that we're expanding, and I'm just excited to be here. And thank you guys for the opportunity to present this to you guys. And I hope that you guys really consider the amazing opportunities that we're offering to students like, you know, myself growing up, who really didn't have that escape. I could have been a gang member, and thankfully music saved me from a bunch of just negativity. So thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our speakers.
All right, thank you very much. Seeing no further speakers on this matter, public comment for this action item is closed. We will move on to clarifying questions from the board. Are there any clarifying questions from the board? I'll start with you, Ms. Nguyen.
I do have a couple. I was curious, first of all, well, one correction. There are charter high schools in the valley, just to let you know. We, the high school district has a dependent charter as well as an independent charter, and then the city of Palmdale has a charter, and then Palmdale School District. That's just a point of clarification. And then I'm curious, why did you come to us with a TK through 6?
TK through 6. The charter that we were proposing last year was 9 through 12. Since then, I have had an outpouring of parents and kids, younger kids, that really want to have this as a part of their education as they grow up. I did a Black History Month speech at Yucca with Miss Peg Lee, Yucca School in Palmdale. And talking to the principal there, I realized, well, she told me that they only have, somebody comes in and, well, let me back up. So when I was a kid at Yucca School and we had Black History Month, there were dancing groups, there were choirs, and the band played. And I asked her, well, where are all the groups? And she says, oh, we just have somebody who comes in and does a little music a couple times a week. I did not realize until I talked to many other educators in the city that there's not even really much for kids that young. And the parents are just driving me crazy with that. So we, at that point, decided that maybe we needed to do a larger span in terms of ages. And being able to start kids out at TK and K means that they kind of learn the performing arts culture as they grow older. And in other cities where they have different schools that have theater programs, that means the high school, when they get to the high school level, they're like top notch. Orange County, they teach serious performing arts from kindergarten on. And so by the time the kids get older, they're ready to go out to the entertainment industry. And that's why they have most of the jobs. That's the reason why.
And I just have one other question. Where are you going to have the school? Where's your facility?
We are right now looking for viable facilities. We have a couple that we're looking at. The challenge is making sure that it is e-occupancy ready. Miss Elaine, can you raise your hand, please? Stand up real quick just so they can see who you are. I just want you to meet Miss Elaine because she is a facilities guru. So all 9 schools that Miss Dawn Evanson and Amber founded, all of those facilities were managed, renovated, or built with Miss Elaine managing it. She is the best. So yesterday we spent the whole day looking at buildings, and one of the issues is making sure that it's got e-occupancy and that everything's going to be. It's got ADA compliant and all of that kind of stuff. So we have not chosen yet because of that fact, and knowing that if we were to get approved, we would have to move pretty quickly. It needs to be almost ready for us to move in. So as soon as we have that information, we will get that to you.
All right, Ms. McGrady.
Board President, can I just clarify one thing that was commented on? Wanted to make sure that the board understood that the charter petition that was submitted was for a TK through 12, and that what was proposed is that it would start initially TK through 5, but the petition was TK through 12. That is why it is before you.
Ms. McGrady.
Okay, so that was actually what my question was going to be. So next year it would start with TK through 5.
Exactly.
Okay, and then the following year you'd add
Add a
6,
grade, so we
and
go
then
up.
add a
Yeah.
grade each year. Okay.
Exactly.
For some reason, I thought you were doing a TK class and a 7th grade class.
Well, we are thinking about the process, the possibility of doing a ninth grade, because we get a 20%, just like the district, you can do a 20% independent study. So we do have a number of young people like Miss Marwan's granddaughter, Wave, who is, she is 16, 15, and she's a working actress. She's on television, she's dancing, she's singing, and she's trying to go to Highland High School. Highland High School is fine, but it's not really designed for a kid that's in the industry. And we've got many of them here whose parents are driving them to LA to go to school. So we wanted to try to accommodate a few of them. So a ninth grade independent study would do that, and it would stay within the 20% allotment that the state allows us.
Okay, so, all right, you're thinking though that independent study is going to be a part of
Yes, it's
this.
in the petition, right?
Okay.
Up to 20%. You can't go beyond 20% because this is a seat-based program.
Any other questions?
Is it for today?
Sanchez, you have any? Okay, Ms. Corona?
No question.
I don't have any questions.
Neither do I
Okay.
at this
Thank
time.
you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that presentation and all the speakers. And we're going to go ahead and close public hearing. The public hearing on the Antelope Valley Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology Charter Petition is hereby closed at 9:09 p.m. Action on the Antelope Valley Synergy School of Performing Arts and Technology Charter Petition will be included on a future Antelope Valley Union High School District Board meeting agenda. All right, we'll move into B, Educational Services Review Proposed Revisions to the Board Policy Administrative Regulation BP 3260 and BP/AR 3460, first read and discussion. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees review the proposed revisions to the board policies and administrative regulations as presented. C, Educational Service Review. Am I off? That's right. You're good?
Yeah, as long as there's no discussion with the board.
We got anything?
No.
No, okay. I didn't see any. Okay. Educational review of curriculum guide district chorale first read and discussion is recommended. The Board of Trustees receive the attached curriculum guide for review. First read and discussion. Any discussion? None? Ms. Nguyen?
Sorry. I always like to mention the fact that I take a look at the curriculum provided, but I so appreciate the fact that at the end of each presentation, there's a list of teachers and staff that have taken a look at the curriculum and approve it. I wanted to just say thank you to staff for doing that.
Ms. Corona?
Yes, so just for my discussion piece is I would just like to ask for objectives on the curriculum, and Mr. Nehan and I already spoke about some of my other questions and comments, but I think it's awesome to have this as an opportunity. Chorale got me through high school, undergraduate, so I know the importance of that sense of singing together as one. So I'm glad to see this here. Thank you.
No, okay. D, Educational Service Review of Curriculum Guide District Sympathy Orchestra, first read and discussion is recommended. The Board of Trustees receive the attached curriculum guide for review. First read and discussion. Ms. Nguyen, do you have anything?
Just another thank you to staff for taking a look at this and actually putting this together for our students. Thank you.
Ms. Margaret?
Nope, thank you.
Mr. Sanchez?
Again, I've spoken to Mr. Nehan about some of my just clarifying questions for the curriculum. Again, some of them were, if it's a year program, only 2 units to cover. What I would love to see in this curriculum is a little more detail about what each unit would include. I mean, for example, musical periods, are we looking at Baroque? Are we looking at 20th century? Just to get a little better sense of the curriculum. But again, it's, I love this idea, symphony. My cousin is a conductor, so I understand the importance of symphony. So Mr. Nehan knows already some of my thoughts on it.
Okay, great. We'll move to E, Educational Services Review of Curriculum Guide EL Designated Development Elective 2 First Reading Discussion. Is recommended the Board of Trustees receive the attached curriculum guide for review, first read discussion. Ms. Nguyen? Good? Ms. Nguyen, all right. Any,
You just automatically come to me.
it's just my
Thank you. I
system.
appreciate
I go
it.
there, I go
I
there,
appreciate
and I
it.
go here, there. and then-
Once again, I want to thank staff for
Okay.
putting this together and making this available to our students. Thank you.
Ms. McGrady?
No, thank you.
Anything? Okay. 8, Personal Services Action Item. Antelope Valley Union High School District / AVTA Collective Bargaining MOU regarding AVTA President release time. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees ratify the agreement with AVTA as presented. I'll make that motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. McGrady. Any discussion? I'll talk. Me personally, I think from being in a position of a former union president, I know how this job is as a union president is crazy, and it's 24/7. I support even probably more days for you than this, but since this is what is in front of us, I will go ahead. No other discussion, and we will move it to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. B, AVUSS or AVUHSD / AVTA Collective Bargaining MOU regarding intercession. It is recommended the Board of Trustees approve the agreement with the AVTA presented. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. All right, Business Services 9, action items. Present second interim financial report 2023. Brian Hawkins will give a presentation on the second interim financial report. Hold on, before we do this, you guys want to take a break? Does anybody, do you need a break? Yeah, let's go ahead and take a break real quick, Mr. Nehan. Sorry, Mr. Hawkins, that'll give you time to get your thoughts together. Yeah. I had a hard time getting that too, so I got.
Frozen into my chair.
Miss Wynn, do you need help up? You need help up? Because I did. I almost had a call.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Oh, my goodness.
Interview process, and the reason I wanted it is I wanted to hear them. But then you start picking these. Yeah. Who said this? You know that that's where it's something. So right there. So your life just kills me. It's a credibility information. So in a court of law, it's live. Say if he has a contract with you, he's saying that she's saying that this is not only. Where's. I mean, it's, and I do want to get rid of that. And I don't like timelines. I'm always over. And then, it's first started with the standing.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. I'm gonna do it my way.
Oh, yeah, so long. I was gonna leave maybe about 5:15, 5:30 at the latest, unless I can get my sister to kind of tag team and take from my dad. Oh. And so I'll see what I can do, but I can definitely be there at 4 o'clock. Okay, yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so yeah, you send me the information. I will. And then are you? Thank you for thinking of me. Of course, I was. And I think I was the wrong my question. It's because I was like, I'm presenting it over in DC. Okay, well, of course, you know me. You have to sit down her and be like, what are you doing? Because I know, and I was like, and I don't give it to my mom, but I don't put Dana here on the board. And then because nobody had said, but like, or the giving of color, yeah, right? Yeah. No, please not. No, but she does her, wildflower nonprofit. So we were gonna ask for more on the nonprofit side, because we're agriculture and stuff like that. But she hasn't gotten back to me yet. And then, actually. I've been with her and also student local. That's trying to, yeah, and like uplift women. So anyway, I think. So anyway, I'm so grateful that you're able and I'll be even if it's great. I would love to be part of it. Okay, so maybe we can coordinate in the. Maybe Q&As. You know, we'll figure out it. Okay, excellent. And I'll email you for sure. Thank you. Okay.
Ask you a question.
You are ready.
Miguel, he just have it. I fucking love Miguel. Hey, I,
Miguel. Okay, let me. All right.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Hawkins, you were up, sir. Good evening. I'm here this evening to present the second interim report for the district. Gary. Thank you. We'll start off with the district certification. At each I don't want to be too loud. I've been too close and been too loud before. The district certifies our fiscal health at both the interims and the initial budget in June. The governing board of the district required to certify that report that we put together. At this point, for the second interim, the district has certified positive status. That means we are able to
meet our financial obligations for the remainder of this year and the next two. Once we have completed this tonight, we will send this to the LA County Office of Ed, where they will review it and will get back to us. It'll probably take them a month, month and a half to confirm our filing status. As we look at our budget cycle, you can see that we are at our second interim. The next item will be in June. We'll provide you the estimated ending balance. And then in June, we will also bring the new budget for the 23-24 school year. In September, we'll bring you the unaudited actuals, because during the months of July and August, we will be closing last year and opening and operating the current year. Then we'll bring you the audited report for last year. We're going to bring it to you next month. The state allowed the auditors to go until March 15th. Typically, it's December 15th. So normally in January of each year, I'll bring you the audit report. In this case, because of the extension, we'll bring it to you in April. Budgeting for 23-24. Normally, this is kind of just about when we start our budget process. We kind of look at our revenues based on our state budget for education. We look at the projected COLAs that the state is looking at in their budget. A COLA is your cost of living adjustment, and that's primarily based on state and federal data, having primarily to do with inflation or the CPI index. But it's a little more complex than that. But they do generate what they call a cost of living adjustment. When we build a new budget, there are many factors we look at. What is the state looking at for its budget for the education? What's our current expenses that are ongoing, salaries, utilities, general operational, and service costs? And specifically now with the massive amount of one-time money we've received and still have, we look at how we're treating our one-time expenditures. Then we look at our increased costs due to inflation and regulations. Some of the examples here on the next slide have to do with what the governor included in his budget. So he had originally in January, 941 million, and that has to do with the Prop 28 arts and music funding that they have. There was a big amount for TK expansion. There was 300 million for a new program called Equity Multiplier to the LCFF. And there's about 3.5 million ongoing to provide Narcan at middle and high schools. Now our schools have them. We got it through the Department of Public Health, but this would be additional funding for that. Unfortunately, the governor's budget also only has a few one-time spending items, $250 million for literacy coaches and about 100 million for the cultural experiences for high school seniors. Hopefully those will get through the legislature. They may not make it. These smaller ones a lot of times don't always make it, but I do hope they get through the legislature and get into the 23-24 budget. There is the reduction to the arts and music grant, about 1/3, and they're pulling about 100 million off of the school facility program funding that the governor put together last year, because the state does not have a general obligation bond for school facilities. So the governor put $2 billion in, or a little over 2 billion into that program last year, and he's starting to pull back some of that. When we look at our school budgeting overall, just as a sample here, staffing, we generally run about 85 to 87% of the budget is spent here, which includes salaries, pension, health, welfare, driven costs. Driven costs are like Medicare, Social Security, workman's comp rates. I'll show you a little bit more of that later. We have utilities. Our largest utility is electricity. We spend about $5 million. Our gas bill, natural gas bill went up for everyone, and it went up for us. So we've added about $1.3 million to that just in this year alone. Transportation, we spend close to $10 million, and our economic reserve, all districts have to hold at least 3%. When we look at our challenges for budgeting, generally the fiscal health of the school districts is in pretty good shape because we have a lot of this one-time money and are able to afford a lot of, whether it be some, not actual construction, but facility improvements for the air conditioning, which is the big piece that we've been working on. We're looking at upgrading doors and our locks on our classrooms and facilities. We have that in the works as well. But the underlying difficulties really have to do with enrollment. The state has seen a decline in enrollment statewide. You can see how the enrollment has decreased over the last 3 years. Then we can look at we have issues with the expiration of one-time funds. Then we have the inflationary pressures we have to budget for and look at on the cost side, from everything from fuel to books to pencils. They're all increasing costs, so we have to budget for things like that and add a multiplier effect to it. Slowing state revenues will impact our Prop 98 growth and the state's ability to continue to fund the COLAs. If we look at our ADA trends currently right now, and due to several factors, we are now going to budget about 500 students less next year than we currently have this year. The reasons for this is that we're seeing lower numbers in our 8th grade feeders. They simply don't have as many students this year as they had last year or the year before. They've been seeing a little bit of a decrease. So we have fewer 8th graders coming into the system. Secondly, we do have the Palmdale Academy. They have been looking at, they started 9th grade last year. They're going to start 10th grade, so they'll have a 9th and 10th grade. It'll take us probably 3 to 4 years to get a really trend analysis, but the assumption is they're pulling about 150 kids or so from us that are going to that school that are 9th graders there. Then we also flat have parents are moving out of the area. And then the other issue we have is the new construction we're seeing are they're not families. They're 2 individuals coming in and they don't have any students. They don't have any kids yet, or they're not planning on them, or they're looking at having only 1 child where a lot of families used to have 2, 3, or 4. So the millenniums are reducing their child counts. And so all of this put together is what we have to look at when we budget in any given year. So one of our big costs are our pension costs, because employees take up about 85% of our budget here. Just to look at what we also have to contend with are the increased costs for those. So we have just 2 years ago, we were paying about 17% for the state teachers retirement system. Now our contribution, meaning the districts, is up to 19%. The CalSTRS board can go up 1% a year, but they are capped at 20.25. PERS does not have a cap, and they can change their rates as they see fit. 2 years ago, they were at 23. Our 23-24 year, we're looking at 27%. And right now, their expectation is that in 26-27, they will top out at 29%. That means for every $100 of salary, we're paying $29 for just the pension benefit for classified. And it's not their fault, it's what PERS is. So I'm not blaming anybody for it. That's just what the costs are. If we look at our total driven costs, as I mentioned previously, between our certificated and our classified, our certificated costs are running about 23%. That means that for every $1,000 we pay an individual, the district pays an additional $230 on their benefits. On a classified individual, because we have a higher PERS rate and we pay Social Security for classified individuals, that rate's at 35%. So for every $1,000 we pay an employee, the district pays an additional $350. These are the kinds of things we budget for. These are the kinds of things that we have to manage in our budgets as we move forward. So this is how we budget. Looking at costs like this down to this detail. Our budget is 27,000 lines of account code. So it is a very large Excel spreadsheet that we work from, and lots of them. But this is our process on how we budget and how we get to our July 1 budget. We have to also look at our one-time funds that are expiring. September 30, 23, this past September, ESSER 2 and Gear 2 expired. Fortunately, we've used all of those funds. it is heretic to give any money back. So when you hit a date and if you have money left over, you have to give it back to either the state or the federal government. And that is that is one of our primary goals, is to ensure that we do not do that. So we have another date of September 30 of 24 coming up, where ESSER 3, the Extended Learning Opportunities Grant, and an in-person instruction grant, we'll have to have those liquidated by that date, or at least have purchase orders in to pay for that. As you can see, by June 30th of 2026, the Arts and Music Grant will go that far. So we still have 3 years or so to go on the Arts and Music Block Grant. So stretching that out and making it last, but we will have to spend it all by that date. And same thing with our Educator Effectiveness Block Grant. Then on June 30th, clear out to 28 is when the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. It was an emergency, but they gave us 5 years to spend it. As we look at our existing current year LCFF, that's the Local Control Funding Formula entitlement. This is where we currently stand. We receive, and it's the bulk of the unrestricted funds that we have. That's the base grant. That's what funds all of the base operations of the district, is our unrestricted funds. And we have about 279,611,738. This is the bulk, like I said, the bulk of our unrestricted revenue. You can see that we received the supplemental concentration grants, about 47 million. That's what we call our targeted accounts. Then you can see our add-on, excuse me, for home to school transportation and the targeted instructionals, just shy of $2 million. If we look at our total general fund revenues, that would be our restricted and unrestricted. We are managing a budget of about $430 million. Now, we budget it down to the actual account code, down to the penny, so to speak. This 430 includes a significant amount of the one-time money, those grants I mentioned before that are going to calendar off that other state revenue of 86 million. That is the Educator Effectiveness, the A to G block grant, and the Arts and Music grants for the current year. We won't see that funding next year. We'll have the funds, but we won't see the increased funding like we are currently. This is where we look at, and this is the easiest representation to show you where we spend our money. Currently, right now, we invest about 75 cents of every dollar received with our staff. This is lower because of our one-time money. We normally run about 85 to 87% is where we normally run. Then we have our books and supplies are around 5.5% of our total. Services and other operating expenses are 13.5%, and capital outlay is around 6%. If we look at our ending fund balance, this has to do with the unrestricted, and that's really where we look at the fiscal health of the district, is in our base or the unrestricted funds. We will end up with an unassigned amount of about $10 million. That's about $10 million on 289 million that we received that is unassigned at the currently. All of the rest of the funds are either are assigned because they are tied to a grant, or they are tied to targeted funds. So we're balanced, not excessive, but we are balanced, and we do have the funding for the future. So we do get to, so we do have that positive certification with the county. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you for taking a very complicated financing system and putting it in a form that we can understand. Thank you.
Just thank you.
I hope it was reasonably clear for all of you.
Crystal.
That's even better than I hoped.
So thank you for, again, ditto what both Ms. Nguyen and Mrs. McGrady said. I do just have one question, is if you can give us, and it doesn't need to be right now, but more information on just the criteria and what is the educator effectiveness grant?
Sure.
So I'll just the
absolutely.
info that comes with that. That'd be
Absolutely.
helpful.
It has its own set of rules, but we
Yeah.
can get those to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to move to B, second interim finance report, 2022, 2023. It is recommended the Board of Trustees review the second interim report and certify the financial condition of the district as positive. May I have a motion?
So
Motion.
moved.
Second. Any discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor say aye.
I
Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Okay, C, authorization to award contract for bid number 3/22/23 directional boring Inc. for fiber at Antelope Valley High School. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees authorize the award of contract for directional boring for fiber optic cabling at Antelope Valley High School to California Boring Inc. and further authorizes Assistant Superintendent Brian Hawkins to execute contract documents on behalf of the district. May I have a motion?
so moved.
Second. Any discussion? All right, maybe we can get some cameras. All right, I like that. No discussion. All those in favor say aye.
I
Say nay. Seeing none, so moved. D, change order number 1, bid number 3/22-23, directional boring for fiber at Antelope Valley High School. It is recommended the Board of Trustees approve change order number 1 with California Boring and authorize Brian Hopkins to execute the contract on behalf of the district. May I have a motion?
so moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion?
This I think is a first. I think we have accepted the contract in one motion and then the next one was a change order. And Mr. Hawkins knows how much I love change orders. No, I don't.
Yeah.
But anyway, I understand that the parameters were not clear in the first.
Yes,
Contract.
when we did the boring bid, the parameters for the distance that you can take fiber without having a junction box. And the fiber guys came out and go, oh, wait a minute, we need to have 2 more junction boxes. So we have to add 2 more into those runs because of the distance.
And since the change order does not exceed the amount that the other company bid,
Correct, and it does not exceed 10%.
okay,
That's the primary deal. Is
That's
if
how
it
come
was,
we can
if
do
the
it.
change order exceeded 10%, then we would have to rebid the whole project.
okay,
But because it's under 10%, it's only 7.5%.
thank you, thank you.
Anything? Okay, all right, no more discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. E, 2-year home to school transportation plan for all students. It is recommended the board approve the 2-year transportation program, which will allow the district to participate in additional reimbursements for transportation funding. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. So all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Okay, and administrative services action, adopt board resolution number 2022-23-26, adult education week. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt California Adult Education Week to be celebrated March 19th through the 25th, 2023. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. B, approval of creation of parent advisory committee. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the creation of a parent advisory committee. I will make the motion. I will make a motion for the creation of a district level parent advisory committee. The parent advisory committee will be comprised of 6 members of the public. Members of the parent advisory committee will be chosen by the Antelope Valley Union High School District Board members and superintendent. Each sitting Antelope Valley Union High School District Board member and the superintendent will individually select the representative to represent them on the Parent Advisory Committee. Once selected, the Antelope Valley Union High School District Board members will vote to appoint a president, vice president, and clerk from the chosen members of the Parent Advisory Committee. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, got a second. Discussions. Ms. Nguyen.
Oh, I just have a quick clarifying question. I'm
Miss-
sorry, I'm
start with
sorry,
you.
jumping right in, sorry. Do they need, it's a parent advisory, do they need to have a child in our school right now?
No,
Okay,
it'll be your choice as your area representative
okay,
to who you want to choose. And it doesn't have to be out of your area. It could be in any area. It's your choice.
perfect, thank you.
Each one of us will have a choice of the representative, and Mr. Nehan will also have a choice as well.
Thank you.
This one,
Actually, the Parent Advisory Committee was how I got my first foot in the door at the high school district. I was on the Quartz Hill High School council, and at the time, each school got to pick a person to represent them on the Parent Advisory Committee. And I thought maybe at some point we might even think about expanding that. The nice part about it was that every school had a little bit of input and to what they thought they would like to see or changes that they had to make. Sometimes, I mean, the entire parent council meeting was filled with thank yous and accolades. But I don't know, that might just be something down the line to think about. It seemed to cover all the bases across the valley that way. Just my suggestion.
okay.
Yes, so I really love this idea and that we're kind of thinking outside of the box in this respect to kind of bring a parent.
I hope
into-
so. You campaigned on it.
I did, didn't I? So I'm just, in our discussion, I really would love us to be able to have clear objectives as to what we're going to be doing with this advisory committee and also a criteria. Is 6 a set number for the committee itself? But what would be the criteria? So if Mrs. McGrady asked a great question, do they have to be a parent? So just saying, no, you don't have to be the parent, that kind of thing. And then just what their function is, what advice are we looking for specifically? So I would love if we can have a discussion, and I don't know if this is the time now or.
No, we will have further discussions
Okay.
on, especially what's my intent of the motion is to get the committee approved by the board, appoint members, pick leaders, and basically now develop what we want them to provide for this district.
But I do think we should have some framework, because if we're going out and appointing parents, we should at least be saying, what are we expecting them to do before they say yes? So if we could at least have a skeleton framework, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am. I will direct you to start
I will, yes. I
putting
can
that
start
framework
putting
together for the
skeleton
board to
together.
review. Perfect. Mr. Sanchez.
Nothing, I think it's a good idea.
Okay, well, you campaigned on it as well, and so did I. All right, any other discussion? Mr. Meehan, would you like to weigh in? Because you're obviously, if this passes, you'll get a choice as well as a member of our governance team.
No, I am fully in full support of it. I do like Ms. Corona's idea of a framework and some parameters and what are the expectations, pieces like that.
Perfect, thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. Thank you. Promises made, promises kept. All right. Approval of consent agenda 11, approve items listed in the following consent agenda categories: educational service, student service, personnel services, business services, and administrative services. Actions proposed for the consent agenda are items consistent with adopted policies and approved practices of the district and are deemed routine in nature. The board will ask to approve all of the items in the consent agenda by a single vote unless any member of the board asks that an item be removed from the consent agenda to be considered and discussed separately. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the items listed in the following consent agendas categories: educational services, student services, personnel services, business services, and administrative services as presented. Is there anybody want to pull?
I just for 12B, just for a discussion.
Just discussion,
Make a
no,
point,
no vote?
yeah.
Okay. Anybody else?
But we could, wait a second, question clarifying. If we pull it for discussion, we can then vote on it after I say something about it?
Yes,
Okay,
you can pull it for discussion
You-
or discussion and separate vote.
okay, yeah, because I
You want to discuss, but
want to discuss it and then I want us to vote on it, but I want to make sure what I need to say is said.
you have an
make
absolute
sense?
right to pull it for discussion. And then do you want to vote on the whole thing at once, or do you want to vote on everything that's left with a vote and then yours separately with a vote?
If we can discuss it first,
Well, let's-
then
I'm
we
okay
can
with
vote on
that.
it.
So
It's
12B.
very simple.
12B is pulled for discussion only. Anybody else? Ms. Wynn?
I have two actually, just for discussion only.
Okay.
Item 13G and for 15A.
Okay. Mr. Sanchez? Anyone?
No.
Ms. McGrady, there was nothing?
No, thank you.
Okay. I don't have anything either. So we'll just start with a discussion on 12. Well, I make a motion first. We have to make a motion.
Yeah, you need a
first.
motion in a second.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second. All right, we'll get into discussion and we'll go to 12B.
So
Ms.
all I
Corona,
just
you're up.
wanted to mention again, and I had mentioned this last month, so this is for the curriculum guide mariachi methods. I spoke with Mr. Nehan and I still would like to see objectives, a little bit more specifics on this curriculum. So I just wanted to say that, but I'm fully in support of it. So just with that, it was that caveat. I just wanted to be
And
clear.
after our conversation last night, I did have a conversation with one of the co-authors of this and let him know that it will be continually revised and will include some objectives and things of that nature.
Great, thank you.
Perfect. Ms. Wynn, 13G.
I just wanted to make mention of the fact that Knight High School is not the only school that's going to be participating in the Wolf Connection. I hope that the board gets an opportunity to go and take a look at the Wolf Connection. I spent the entire day there with a group of students as well as staff. It's an amazing program and it helps students who are troubled and have things that they need to work out. I hope you get a chance to take a look at it. I kind of went in a little dubious. And then after staying there and being there with the program for the entire day and watching the change that it made in students, I'm a total believer.
I've heard it's an amazing program. And 15A.
Donations. It's always my hope that people understand how much we appreciate the donations that they make and for our students. Thank you.
Yep. And once again, the board gave direction to do a little bit more for the people that give us donations. So that's good as well.
Thank you.
All right. All right. So I have a motion. I have a second. Any other discussion on the rest of the items? All right. We'll move to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. We are on, where are we at, Greg?
We need to adjourn back to closed session.
That's what I
Did,
thought.
did you want to do comments from the board?
Oh, we need to do comments from the board and then adjourn back to closed session.
Right, Miss Wynn, you start.
Oh, okay. Oh, gosh. Hold on just a second.
Ms. McGrady, do you want to start?
I
Yeah,
have nothing to say that's worth keeping you up any later.
Mr. Sanchez?
I know.
Dittoed?
It's time for dinner.
I'm dittoed, and we'll go back to you, Miss Wynn. The floor is yours.
I actually just real quick want to thank the students in the presentations. I always appreciate their presentations. I hope they understand how much that we appreciate hearing from what they're doing. That's it.
Mr. Nehan?
Yeah, very briefly, I just want to congratulate SOAR High School student Deborah Sule Odu, who was appointed to the LACO Superintendent Student Advisory Committee. We're very proud to have the Antelope Valley represented by her.
Outstanding. Right, we will move into closed session to finish that and come back out and report. Hey,
Mr. Hughes, do you mind if I stand?
ma'am, you can do anything you want.
Thank you.
Right. It may be hard to get enough for me too. All right. So we'll go ahead and we're going to reconvene regular meeting. A report of actions taken in closed session and open session vote on administrative hearing panel recommendations. First item is, please have a motion to approve administrative hearing panel recommendations for student expulsions and order as presented the expulsion of 4 students. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, so moved. 18E, during closed session, the board considered final settlement and release agreement STS-23-102 OAH case number 2023010067 by a vote of 5-0. The board took action to approve the final settlement and release agreement. Item 18G, during closed session, the board considered claim number 23-0210001 by a vote of 5-0. The board took action to reject the claim. Item 18H, during closed session, the board considered claim number 23-0215001 by a vote of 5-0. The board took action to reject the claim. That is all the items to present for closed session. I will move to B. It is recommended that the board adjourn the meeting. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second? Any discussion?
We didn't vote on expulsions.
We did.
Oh, we did?
That was the first thing we did.
Oh, sorry.
Correct. Okay, just double checking.
Sorry.
Okay, having a motion and a second, we'll now vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Seeing none, so moved. All right, good night. That's a long one.